That's all I did.
I'm gonna turn it on and off just to save some battery.
Yeah, cool. Just let me know.
Yeah.
I'm about to jump in Discord anyway. Are you in Discord there, right?
Yeah.
Well, a very good morning and welcome here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. We are underway for our Sydney Catholic Schools pre to post athletics championships for 2025. This is our first event, the boys 8 to 10, 1500 metre run primary division. Quickly running through the field for you, it's Jake Green in the 1, Paulo Phoenix in 2, Parker Dowsett Hill in 3, Lachlan McDonald in 4, Mateo Pitt in 5, Alfie Begg in 6, 7, 8, Flynn Ferguson wearing the 12. So good start made now. They've already had the 1 lap so far. Coming around at roughly the halfway point in this race. Of course, 1,500 metres. Each lap of the track is around about that 400 metre mark. And with the boys starting off in that right-hand corner of your screen, that will bring them back into level order. So Mateo Pitt just tracking in behind at the moment. Currently in at second. And a little bit of pressure in on him as well from Lachlan McDonald. Just back in third by probably about 5 metres there. So we're not 100% sure who that man out in front is at the moment with no number on. And he's got a nice little lead, as we say. A very good morning to Diane Cowan.
Good morning. What a great place to be today. It's a beautiful day and lots of great athletes on show.
Yeah, very warm as well for this time of the morning. The sun is certainly out in force. Now, we do have a little bit of wind forecast for later today, but very still conditions for this morning. These runners, of course, with still 2 more laps remaining. And a real spread of ages here too. So Flynn Ferguson, for example, just 8 years of age, and then a few in the 10 years category with Paulo Phoenix, Lachlan McDonald, Mateo Pitt, Alfie Begg, Marco Nunes, Patrick Tomei and Ted Barrett, and then just a couple in there as well in that 9s age group. But a decent little lead being established here. So once more onto the front straight here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. And our front runner has only increased the lead out now to probably 7 or 8 metres here, and they'll have the bell rung. With 1 final lap remaining, and now good movement coming in as well from Flynn Ferguson, who overtakes multiple runners. And then Mateo Pitt still hanging in there at second. Oh, Ferguson has just fallen off a touch there. I think he thought that might have been the last lap. He went early.
The bell's ringing for them, though. They know they've got that final lap. They're ready to come around and finish strong.
And speaking of strong, it's a very, very encouraging start here for our man in front. As we mentioned, without the number, it's a little bit hard to keep across who he is, but he is being pursued by Mateo Pitt at the moment, who's back in second. Then there's a sizable margin between the pair of them, opening up to about 15 metres now between second and third, and still a good 7 or 8 metres between our top 2 at the moment. Try and get a closer look at the back of the shirt. That might provide us some clues. As they come around, 1 final bend to navigate here into the home straight for our top 2. As the sun beams down here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. And they'll find an extra gear as well, putting the foot down, preparing for a terrific finish here. It's outside of record time, which was 5:08.78 set by Xavier Bates last year, but still going to be a very handy time. Crossing the line here at 5:22.9. Mateo Pitt in at second. And moving through across the line in third, that looks to be Parker Dowsett Hill. And a flurry of finishers also getting across. So those numbers are having a little bit of an issue at the moment. Once the wind picks up, that's going to be even more intense. Well, Ferguson just holding off a late finish there from Alfie Begg. And then crossing just in behind him is Konsanji.
Now, just looking at the back of his uniform, I think that in first place it was Jake Green from Holy Family at Menai. So apologies if I've got that wrong, but just from having a little look from here.
And it's a great run from Jake, if that is the case. Just 9 years of age. He's bested a number of opponents in that 10-year bracket. I believe they're still awarded individually based on their age within this section. But a great start there. He's barely breathing as well, Jake Green. So that just shows you the fitness levels of these young athletes. And I think you're right there, Holy Family Menai on the back of the jersey. So well done to Jake Green getting across the line in first there. So ready now for our second event of the day, and they are off and running. Good start made here, Diane.
Certainly is. So we're on event 2, and that's the boys' 11-year-old 1,500-metre race.
Now, the name to watch here is Xavier Bates. He'll be wearing number 15. There he is out in front. So, of course, he held the record in the 8 to 10 division set last year. 5 minutes, 8 seconds, 0.78. For a little bit of reference, about 14 seconds quicker than what we just saw from Jake Green. So he really can motor, and you're already seeing that here. Opens up a gap of probably 3 or 4 metres. They're coming back at him hard now just to try and keep within touching distance. Probably not a bad play given the expertise of Xavier Bates. And there goes another number that's fallen off. Well, I think they might have to double pin these things, Diane.
It's going to make it challenging for us today.
And unfortunately, it's come off the man who's currently up in second. So we've got Bates first, our mystery man in second, followed by Noah Pascoe. And the rest of that field, of course, Xavier Bates, Dylan Green, Matthew Balcombe, Noah Pascoe, Jackson Newman, Andy Lewis, Dale Winchester, Callum Rollo, Jacob Bandana, Noah Habib, Noah Browman, and Jude Chalita. So still Bates in control at the moment. I think that might actually be Dylan Green, who's had the number fly off.
Now, we have got the record time of 4 minutes and 59 seconds, and that was set by Isaac Zareka. So we'll see how they go today, see how they push this record.
Anything sub 5 is very good for this age bracket. That's what Isaac did back in 2023. And Green's doing a great job here just to keep Bates honest. So still only a couple metres in behind him. And then Noah Pascoe not too far behind. He's in third at the moment in number 18. And then you can see there on the screen a fair bit of a gap opening up around about 10 metres between third and fourth. But Bates on the straight here once again. Dylan Green hot on his heels, and he's going to need to keep doing exactly that.
He looks comfortable, doesn't he? Just as he's running along, Xavier Bates. Both of the boys do, actually.
Yeah, two very contrasting styles as well. Green is a little bit more compact and I'd almost say more control about his movements, whereas Bates is this rangy, athletic type of style. And that makes for a lovely little contest as we approach this final lap. It's going to be tight by the time they hit that line again, you'd imagine.
Well, they certainly, he certainly is right on his heels, isn't he?
And they've pulled away a fair bit there from Noah Pascoe out of St John Bosco Engadine. Of course, Bates representing St Christopher's Panania. We do get a lot of very talented athletes from down towards the Shire. I've always said, Diane, there's something in the water down there.
I don't know. As an Eastern Suburbs girl, I think I can contest that.
Oh, I think there's just something in the water generally around Sydney. If you buy the harbour, tend to perform quite well at these events, and now the pair of them have pulled away. So Green and Bates opening up a 10-metre margin here between themselves and third place Matthew. In fact, I should say Noah Pascoe at the moment. Now Green just starting to make a bit of a move here, really closing that gap between himself and Bates. So this is going to come down to the wire on the final lap. It's now just a metre between Bates and Green. So the clock will tick over as they cross at 3:42. Green now draws level as the bell is rung. And Bates needs a response here, Diane.
He looks like he's starting to speed up a little bit. He knows it's his final lap.
So Pascoe still back there in third. He's now under a bit of siege as well. Two runners closing the gap on him. So we now see a good little effort here from Dale Winchester also crossing. 4:06 as he gets there. Now Bates has begun to pull away once again on this back straight. So Green was level with him as the bell was rung, but now there's a margin of about 3 metres and Bates has clicked into another gear here. So Green needs a big response. They have opened up an enormous margin, though, between themselves and Noah Pascoe, who's also under threat now. In fact, Pascoe is overtaken in at third. Bates begins to pull away here from Green. That margin now out to about 5 or 6 metres. So unless Green has something in the tank here around this final bend and into the home straight, it's once more Bates who will claim back-to-back years. And at the moment, he's in record range.
And he's pushing it hard as he comes down this final straight, isn't he?
So 4:59.35 the record. I think he's just going to fall outside of it. Needs to get there in another couple of seconds. Not going to happen. There's the 5 ticking over, but a great run here from Xavier Bates. Will cross the line in 5:03.61. Great response here, though, from Pascoe, who was under all sorts of pressure and somehow pushed back, digs deep, and will wrap up third just in front of Andy Lewis, who is finishing very quickly there. Well done to Xavier Bates. Not quite a record, but gold for him. Silver for Dylan Green, and then Noah Pascoe, who really had to push hard because he was being pursued by a number of them. We'll hold on for bronze as now Winchester also crosses. And a few more coming down the straight here, Diane.
And that was a great race, fast race as well. So we look to have lots of great athletes on show today. We have students from all over Sydney Catholic schools, all over Sydney today, here representing their schools, and a lot of pride in being able to do so as well.
Yeah, certainly right. Just in that race alone, we've got runners from Austral, Concord West, Greenacre, Engadine, Panania, North Sydney, so all around Sydney and then a little bit further as well. Second event done and dusted. And we do have our starters up on the line, ready for event number 3. Take us through the field here, Diane.
Yeah, so event number 3, we have here Archie Callanan, Jackson West, Liam Revel, Oliver Carr, Hayden Bathurst, Julian Diaz, Alexander Lehner, Alexander Melagrana, Paul Vlahos, Joshua Potts, Marcus Dawson, Oliver Zara, and Ben Brewer.
So once again, a broad mixture of regions being represented. Austral's in there once again, Hoxton Park. Then also, of course, into Sydney's inner west, around the likes of Drummoyne, Canada Bay. Annandale in there as well, Balmain, North Sydney, and then, of course, in the Shire. Quite a few representatives there, St. Aloysius and OLF Caringbah, for example. Up onto the starting line now. Archie Callanan has that inside lane. He'll be one to chase down, off and running. So good start made here from Callanan. Also Jackson West just on his inside. They'll take an early lead now, trying to establish themselves against the rest of the pack. They've done exactly that with a gap of about 2 or 3 metres now between West and the rest of the chasers. Pushing up into third is Paul Vlahos. And, of course, still in front, Archie Callanan. So a bit of a tight tussle at the moment. Probably more a condensed field than we've seen in the opening 2 events.
Yeah, absolutely. They are definitely all as a pack. It'll be interesting to see how they spread as the race progresses.
So into the front straight for the first time, and we have a change of lead as well. Hugging the outside lane and then really pushing up quite nicely. Smart work there in the end from Julian Diaz. We'll open up a gap here of about 2 or 3 metres as the first lap is done and dusted in about 55 seconds. So Callanan still in at second. Jackson West has been holding on for third for the bulk of this one to begin things. Still very early on, of course, with another 3 laps to go.
And they're chasing a record here today of 5:05.59, and that was set last year by Mitchell Henville.
So no Isaac Zrika in this one. Of course, he set the record in the 11s group last year, so that throws a little bit of a spanner into the works, a little bit more open potentially. Now, Callanan just fading a touch here. It's been a good push from Julian Diaz out of Holy Spirit North Ride. He's opened up a nice bit of a margin. He probably had around about 3 metres when they crossed the line for lap number 1, but that's out to 6 or 7 now, Diane.
Absolutely, and they're coming around the bend. You can see he's still holding on to his lead. We'll see how he keeps going.
So Callanan and West have been steady in their approach. Diaz looking for the early ascendancy. Came bolting around the outside, but now he just starts to slow a touch, and Callanan and West will close the gap here. So that is, of course, the gamble that you take with an early inclusion of a burst of speed. Now they're all hot on his heels. Now, top 3, if you will, Archie Callanan, Jackson West and Liam Revel. 1, 2, and 3 all behind the number 1 at the moment. So that gap now just 3 metres. Callanan has been very consistent, gradually tracking him down, closing the space. And I'm sure Diaz can just feel the breath on the back of his neck at this point.
Well, they're all pretty evenly spaced, aren't they, these runners today? Although those top 3 are starting to break away a little bit.
Well, there we go. Callanan now overtaking Julian Diaz. So he held on for a little while there, tries to respond once again, but now Callanan finds an extra gear, hops in front. Jackson West also closing the gap now on Diaz. So it's Callanan, Diaz, then West. A little bit of space, and then Liam Revel is back in 4th at the moment. So West will overtake Diaz. And with 2 laps still remaining, he's going to have to dig deep for some sort of recovery here, Diaz. And, of course, that is the risk that you take with the early pace injection. Once more onto the front straight here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. So Callanan, West, Diaz fading, and now pressure on him from Liam Revel. So the bell about to be rung here as Callanan ticks over that line at 3:53. West hot on his heels, of course, the record at 5:05.59. At the moment, the pace is pretty decent to potentially push that record.
Yeah, absolutely. They're on track, aren't they? And you can see, as they come around, these boys, they know how to run. They've done this before, and they are here to have a bit of fun today.
And now Revel. Reveling in the moment, for that matter. Overtaking Diaz. Up into 3rd he goes, but it's a 2-man battle at the moment between Callanan and West. Callanan looking very steady. West, though, hot on his heels and not allowing the pressure to be released either. Only about 1.5 metres between the pair of them. So they're going to battle it out for gold. Looks pretty safe at the moment for Liam Revel back in 3rd out of M&S North Sydney. And these 2 Shire boys going head-to-head here. Archie Callanan from OLF Caringbah and Jackson West from St. Aloysius Cronulla. Callanan opens up a bit of space as they come around this final turn here. Once more, finds another gear and really pushing. However, look at West click in himself and now starts to motor. He's closing that gap very quickly. How much does Callanan have in the tank? This is going to be exhilarating all the way to the end. Callanan will just hang on, though. Geez, West found a whole nother gear there. I was about to say gear 5. I think he found an extra gear. It was gear 6.
That was a good finish. And here we have, coming into 3rd place, Liam Revel.
Well done to Diaz as well, hanging on for 4th. Of course, he went very early in that one and didn't have a great deal left in the tank, but managed to stave off the advances for the rest of the field. So top 3 of Callanan, West, Revel in order, 1, 2, and 3. And then Julian Diaz jumping up in front of the other runners there to finish in 4th. Now crossing the line here, this is Alexander Lehner. And I believe we've still got one more coming around the bend here as well, Diane. You can take us through it.
I can't quite see who the runner is from there. But he's coming up the straight and he'll be proud. He's representing his school and he is doing an incredible job.
Oh, you're right, though. I think that is another victim to the numberhood issue. It's come flying off here. It'll get all the way to the line now, so that'll wrap up event 3 and just outside of record time as well for Archie Callanan. About 8 seconds there, 5:13.14 the final time. Of course, the previous record with Mitchell Henville out of ST Mascot at 5:05.59. So just as they're preparing to get the next crew up onto the starters area with the marshals, we'll take a very short break here in commentary. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage.
Okay, we're now on event number 4 and they're on the starters blocks, or starters blocks as such, and here they are ready to race. These are our secondary boys. We've got 5 runners there. We'll double check for you who they are. We don't seem to have all the ones that are listed on our sheet, but we've got registered as our runners for today as being Kyson Brown, Hugo Hammond, Elliot Hagan, Ben McDougall, Archie Bone, Ethan Glavin, Matteo Battalato, and Kyan Nguyen. And we'll work out for you which ones of these runners are here with us today.
Yeah, so Brown in front at the moment, and then Elliot Hagan back in second. It was a good start initially from Hugo Hammond, but he's fallen back into fourth place now. And then just as they come around the bend here, also seeing some good pressure from Archie Bone. So a bit of a spread already on. That's more spaced out than we probably saw the entire previous event in that first lap.
And they are chasing a very fast record here. We have the record down as 4 minutes 34, set by Lachlan Wheeler in 2022. That's a fast race, fast run.
Yeah, Wheeler's one of those incredible multi-discipline athletes as well. Very fast over the short distances and keeps it up as well as it gets out to this 1,500-metre mark.
And you can see them coming round. The front runner's holding well, isn't he? I can't quite see who the front runner is. Is that Kyson Brown still?
Yeah, Kyson Brown at the moment.
He looks comfortable, doesn't he? But he has got those three runners just up behind him. You can see they're putting a bit of pressure on him as they head around.
Decent recovery too from Hugo Hammond, who came out flying and then just tucked back into fourth, but now he's overtaken those two extra runners there in the form of Elliot Hagan and Ben McDougall to ultimately hop up into second. Now even applying a little bit of pressure here on Kyson Brown. So it's a very tight pack at the moment. You can see there, that's our total list. Now, they're not all racing in this one. I don't think we have any Ethan Glavin, Matteo Battalato or Kyan Nguyen. But we do have a change in lead here as Hugo Hammond hops in front, Diane.
We do, and Hugo coming over from Marcelin at Ramwick. He's doing well. He's holding well at the front there.
So 2 more laps here. And it is indeed Hugo Hammond in front of Kyson Brown, then very tight there between Hagan and McDougall. A bit further back is Archie Bone in the red. So Hammond, who has been back and forth, a little bit of a roller coaster performance from him at the moment. Kyson Brown has led for the bulk of this race, but now just happy to sit in at second. Hammond will set the pace.
And they're starting to break away a little bit from the other runners.
We've got a gap of probably 5 metres between Brown and then in at third place that looks to be McDougall, who's now overtaken Elliot Hagan. So still in front here, Hugo Hammond. But a good response now from Kyson Brown. So he's hot on his heels, and now we have another gap that's emerged. Probably will now make it 10 metres, I would say, between Brown and McDougall. So there's a battle for gold and also a battle for bronze as it stands.
And they seem comfortable in the positioning at the moment. They seem happy with that first and second just running along together.
I dare say we're going to see a similar kind of finish to what we did in Event 3, where it was neck and neck between West and Callanan right at the end. Although Hammond just trying to push away now. There's a nice little response from Brown. Felt himself just falling away a touch. And speaking of falling away, there goes the number as well from Kyson Brown.
I think that's going to be our day today, looking for those numbers.
I'll tell you what, if there's any super glue companies watching along, you feel like sponsoring us, come through. We need them on the numbers. It's now Hammond pushing a little bit further forward. Brown, though, responding once again to, again, a real contrast in styles here. Hammond, much taller, larger build, but it's relentless pressure here from Brown, who's chasing. And look at the gap that's now opened up between the top two and third and fourth. That's about 20 metres on the back straight. McDougall's still holding on at the moment for bronze, but this is going to be a very tight finish once again. Hammond only about a metre in front of Kyson Brown. One more turn to navigate. And this could come down to a sprint finish. Here comes Brown, just starting to up the speed a touch here. Hammond is not even bothering to have a little crane of the neck and look where Brown is. He's just trying to power forward. And in fact, there they go. They now both click in. The moment they hit that straight, this is going to be a tremendous finish. Oh, Brown finds an extra gear. Hammond responds well. It is neck and neck. Hammond has another look here. Brown might get him right at the line. Oh, what a finish from Kyson Brown. Somehow pulled it out. Hammond can't believe it. He led for 3/4 of that race, but little Kyson Brown, well, he's a little zippy thing. The road runner got Hammond right at the line. McDougall holds on for the bronze. And then just in behind him, Elliot Hagan. But a terrific finish, Diane.
And I'll tell you what, the Revesby community, they'll be happy back at school, and I'm sure that they are watching their classmate race today. So well done, Kyson.
Terrific effort from Kyson Brown. And now coming through here is Archie Bone. Well done to Archie. He'll get across the line. The official time for that one, of course, taken out by Kyson Brown, 5:09.79. So a little bit outside of that record set by Lachlan Wheeler 3 years ago. And that's going to be a tough one to beat. It's about 30 seconds between what we just saw there and the record.
And that was a tough record to aim towards, wasn't it?
Now, in this next one here, Diane, there's a big name, obviously, out of lane one.
Now, I've got here that we have combined races 5 and 6. So we'll see. We've got a few runners there.
It looks like Isaac Zrieker, of course. Now, he has previously set a record, as has Lachlan Wheeler, though. So everything Wheeler has touched has been torn to shreds, so to speak. Mitchell Henville also has a record last year. So this is a really intense field. Take us through the entire listing here.
Yeah, so with the boys' 13-year-old event, we have Isaac Zrieker, Mitchell Henville, Dexter Wardle, Tennyson Millwood, Kieran Chessel, Callan Rock, Cruz McDonald, and Aidan Fan. Now, in the 14-year-old boy race, which is also one of our secondary races, we have Nate Heffernan, Jaden Kane, Mika Harper, Jacob Malecki, Jacob Sousa, Prabhav Koka, Bentley Lukachetic, and Noah Villarosa.
So off and running now, numbers 1 through to 8 from the 13-year-olds category and 15 and above through the boys' 14s. Events 5 and 6 combined and a couple of record breakers in it. Two of them, of course, are competing directly against one another. That's Isaac Zrieker and Mitchell Henville. And a good start here established from a number of our runners at the moment. So Zrieker, Henville, as expected, leading from the front, Diane.
Yeah, and with the 13-year-old boys, they're chasing a record of 4:27, and that was Lachlan Wheeler's record set back in 2023. Whereas for our 14-year-old boys, they're after 4:34, and that was by Zach Rogers last year.
Now, the numbers have fallen off, but I believe that's Henville in front, followed by Zrieker in at second at the moment. So we'll keep a closer look. In fact, Henville is back in the middle of the field, so ignore that. We've had a strong start here, but Mitchell Henville probably in about 5th or 6th position. I think there might actually even be Zrieker behind him. So those two at the moment pacing with one another here.
It's tricky. We've lost a couple of the numbers there just so that we can make sure that we give you a bit of an accurate read. But with these children, my understanding is that it isn't then, whilst they're all racing together, they are run as two separate races. So we will have a first, second and third for each.
You see Henville trying to work through the back at the moment. Now, we've got specific eyes on him because he has set a record previously. Now, there's Zrieker, who now gets in front of Henville. So, Zrieker in the one, Henville just in behind him. It's a real logjam at the moment, though. They're actually struggling to navigate a passage, a lot of these runners.
And as they come around, it'll be interesting to see if they start to break away. We do have two definite packs, though.
Henville just fading a touch here. Will now drop level with Zrieker and finds an outside lane, and as a result, overtakes 3 other runners. So that's a nice little bit of movement there from Mitchell Henville. It's closing in on our top 2 at the moment. Unfortunately, their numbers have fallen off, so that's making things tough for us. So we'll probably stick with the 13-year-olds at the moment because we have all of their numbers.
But again, the numbers 1 through to 8, they are our 13-year-old runners, and the numbers from 15 through to 22, they are our 14-year-old runners.
So they could be Nate Heffernan, who's in the lead at the moment overall, but of course in the 13s, as Diane has pointed out, it's Zrika and Henville in the 1 and 2 who are having a good little battle at the moment. Zrika getting back in front of Henville now. Also, of course, very strong cross-country runners, these two. So Zrika with a lead on Henville of about 1.5 meters, and now closing the gap for our overall race leader. Of course, being run in 2 separate divisions, though, so there'll be 2 gold medals, 2 silvers, 2 bronze for the runners on track. Henville, though, not easing a touch here on Zrika, really applying that pressure. Once more onto the front straight, so 1 final lap to come. And at the moment, a good pace here. So 4:27.14, the record for the 13-year-old boys. Actually, a little bit slower for the 14 boys. That's 4:34. And there is the bell being rung here. 1 more lap to go. Zrika, second overall. We believe it's Nate Heffernan in front, potentially Jaden Kane, though. Both of those runners have lost their numbers. I'm not sure how well you know the uniforms here, Diane, but if you do, by all means.
Oh, look, I must admit, I know the primary school one's better than the secondary, but we'll do the best we can today.
Zrika having a little look here. He's actually opened up a bit of a gap now on Mitchell Henville. However, Henville with a good response just as he was starting to pull away. Henville closing that gap once again. Look at Zrika find another gear, though. Overtakes, and now he's going to go early here, Zrika. Really puts the foot down. Opens up a margin of 10 metres on Henville. And Henville hasn't quite got the response as of yet. Zrika's got power. Comes around the final turn. Onto the home straight and still going. Well, he's going to treat this like a 200-metre race at the end here, Zrika. He went very early, has a look back, and realises he's opened up a massive margin here. There goes the record as well, but Zrika timed it to perfection. Gets across in 4:38.53. Henville in at second. So that's the top 2 for the boys' 13s. We've got our 2 runners who lost their tags early on. Now crossing, we believe they're from the 14s. Now coming through in number 17. That's Micah Harper. So he should wrap up bronze here in the 14s, followed by Jacob Souza in the 19. So 4:38.53 the time. So we now also see Kieran Chessel get across the line. Still a few coming through. That includes the work here of Noah Villarosa. But only 4 and now 5, 6 events down. And we've already seen some really fast finishes from a couple of these runners. You could be forgiven if you just joining us halfway through the race. Maybe it's only a 400 metre.
They really did finish strongly, didn't they? And at the same time, while we've got this, our 1,500 metre races going, we also have long jump, high jump. There are lots of things happening out here, and we're on the main track. We also have events over on our warm-up track. So great day out here at Sydney Olympic Park.
And of course, all of that is available on a completely separate stream. So if you've got a son, a daughter, family member, family friend competing, and you're not seeing them here on the main track, then of course you can always switch across. And just taking you through some of those event listings, of course, for the next few. We're still here with our finals in the 1,500 metre division. Up next we'll have the 15 boys, followed by the 16s, 17 plus. And of course the opening ceremony set to get underway. I think that'll be a little bit delayed though. We've had a slightly later start than we were anticipating, but then after that we get into our relays as well. So great day of action right here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre.
And we've got events 7 and 8 combined again. So with this combination of races, we have the boys' 15-year-olds race as well as the boys' 16. So our 15-year-olds we have today are William Dura, Max Davernon, Zach Rogers, Oliver Brown, Xavier Add, Brody Harkness, Oliver Vardanita, and Jacob Taylor. we head over to the 16-year-old boys, and we have Ethan Howard, Levi Zammit, James Power, Dion Petrie, Anton Archma, Alex Curry, Ryan Moller, and Jaden Zillafranca.
And Diane, I'm going to leave this in the capable hands of yourself.
And we're ready to start. The boys are lined up and ready to go. And our 1 through to 8 runners, they are our 15-year-olds. And then 15 through to 22, they are our 16-year-olds today. And these 15-year-old boys today, they're chasing a record of 4 minutes and 13 seconds set by Alexander Marshall, which is a very fast time to beat today. Our 16-year-old boys, the record for them is 4 minutes 20 set by Kyle Mason. And the boys are all ready to start. And off they go. And as you can see, we've got the 2 races combined. There are quite a few runners. We have got one person who's heading out at the front, and that is Jacob Taylor at the moment. But it certainly will let these boys settle into the race, and we'll be able to see as they come around the bend. And here we are. We've got the boys there settling. They're still in a bit of a pack, but we have got one definite runner who's out the front. I can't quite see his number. He's a number 22. That's Jaden. Now, Jaden's coming up from Morris Eastwood, and he's definitely right at the front at the moment. And the rest of the pack is a bit together. We have Oliver, who seems to be our front runner for the 15-year-old boys. And these boys are really travelling well. You can see the pack together, but they're chasing a good time today. So they're heading for that record. So the 4:13 for those 15-year-olds and the 4:20. But we've got our front runner, who is Jaden Villafranca. He has made a little bit of a gap, but, gee, he's got people hot on his heels. It's a bit of a combination there. Oh, no, and he's got a few people have just taken over him. And we've got our number 15, who is Ethan Howard, who has taken the lead. And he's got some other runners who are straight behind him. Max Davarin from Ramwick is also up there too. Coming round the bend and down the straight. And it looks like we've still got those runners from Marcelin, 2 of them in first and second. Different age groups, though. So we've got number 15 there, and that's Ethan Howard, who's leading us at the moment. And also we have Max Davarin. And you can see that there's a little bit of a break being made by those boys. And it's good. It's like they're competing against each other. They are in separate races, but it's good to have a little bit of rivalry there. Certainly pushes them on. And coming around. So you can see that Ethan is there. He's breaking away. He's making a good lead here, as is Max. Both of those boys are running quite well today. And you can see some of those other runners are really, they're really, there's a bit of a spread of our runners across the track today. And they're heading in. Soon you'll hear, Ethan will hear that bell. He'll be heading around. He's doing a great job. Over there we have Max, who is also holding well. He's just been taken over by another runner. Look, tricky to see who that is. I have a feeling it might be William Dura. But we've got a good time right here. Ethan really is firing around that track. And they're on that final lap. He is currently 3:43. He's running along pretty well. He's hitting that, heading towards that 4:20 record, and it looks like he's going to give it a bit of a challenge at well. And coming in around now, down that final stretch, we have Ethan, who looks like he's going to take out comfortably the 16-year-old boys. And then we've got another runner coming round. We believe that it is William Dura from Morris North Shore. Apologies if it's not, but he looks like he'll be taking out the 15-year-old boys. Also coming along the stretch, we have number 3, Zach Rogers, who's doing an incredible job for his school, and Max Davarin as well. So we have our runners there, and I'll tell you what, a good strong finish, and we've got a few more coming through, but definitely a fast time today, 4:19. Incredible effort. And that looks like from Ethan Howard to be a record for today. So previous record was 4:20 held by Kyle Mason, made last year. So well done to Ethan. Well done to all our runners who have competed today.
And well done to you, Diane. Nicely done.
Gee, it's tricky to see those numbers, isn't it?
And the sun glaring down, and not to mention they're flapping all over the joint. As Ryan Moller now crosses here and got one final runner to come through. So a great run there from Ethan Howard, as you mentioned. Cracking that record, 4:20.25 set last year by Kyle Mason. We'll actually get to see him next. Let's get our final runner moving through now. That's Jacob Taylor out of All Saints, Liverpool. And pushing through nicely. So done and dusted there. Our combined event 7 and 8. Dura and Howard. Shoulder to shoulder in that shot, both with an outstanding performance. Up next is the boys 17 plus in the 1500 metre secondary run. That record set by Ethan McKenzie a couple of years ago. 4:12.54. So they don't appear to be up on the starting line as of yet, but well done to Howard taking that one. And with a record, we'll take a quick break in commentary until they're up and ready to go.
This is a message for Carla Roberts from Sutherland. St. Patrick's Sutherland. Carla Roberts. You can make your way back by jump, please.
They might be jumping in a few minutes. Do you want to go to the high jump instead?
This is the first call for event number 10, 8 to 10 year girls primary relay event. If you can make your way to the marshalling area, please. Event number 10, 8 to 10 year girls primary. The relay event, if you can make your way to the marshalling area, please.
Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for the 2025 Sydney Catholic Schools Pre to Post Athletics Championships. Our final 1500 metre event for this morning. Underway now with the boys 17 plus. It's Kyle Mason, Oliver White, Archie Daly, Cooper Penman, Julian Smith, Massimo Murdoka, Darius Nastasi, and Luis Di Lorenzo. It's a good start made here from Kyle Mason. Of course, they are chasing that record of 4 minutes 12:54 by Ethan McKenzie. That's been sitting for 2 years now as they come to the end of this first lap. Of course, a reduced first lap, but a good start here made from Mason, just in front of Oliver White, Diane.
Yeah, and these runners, they are strong runners. The older students here today from our secondary schools across Sydney Catholic Schools. And you can see there's a great lead that's being made there. And that's by Kyle, isn't it? Is that correct?
Yeah, Kyle Mason well and truly in front at the moment. De La Salle carrying bar. Working in front of Marist College, North Shore just in behind him. That's Oliver White.
And he's got a good gap already that he's developed. It's a good 10 metres that he is ahead of that second runner. And then from that second runner through to the third group, third place, there is another big gap forming.
And Massimo Madoka started well. He was in third, but now dropping all the way back to the tail of this particular race. And at the moment, Kyle Mason really powering forward, going from strength to strength here.
And doesn't he look comfortable as he comes down this straight? Finishing his first lap, or second lap.
It certainly does. Of course, he set the record in the 16 boys last year with a time of 4:22.5. So whilst there is a record on offer in this one, I think that'll be his first point of call. He's trying to best his time from last year.
Well, he's coming today with good seed time. His seed time today is 4:11. So if he sticks with his seed time, he certainly will be beating that record.
At the moment, he's well and truly pulverising the rest of the field. That shot there might not indicate it, but he's probably a good 25 metres in front on that back straight. There you go now. So it's a massive margin he's opened up here on Oliver White. Archie Daly then a little bit further back. In fact, he's now been overtaken. I think there might be Julian Smith up into third as a result. But yeah, Mason is just powering forward. Now approaching the final turn on this second last lap. So about 100 to go. We had the attendants here who were sitting on the chair. They had to get up very quickly to try and get to this bell in time because Mason is just powering down this front straight. The gap now at about 40 metres between himself and Oliver White. Great shots here from the team at Topper. He'll cross that line. Oh, they've forgotten the bell here, unfortunately.
Yeah, they haven't switched over that number. There they are.
Well, hopefully Mason knows. I think he's been keeping a track of it.
I think it's not his first rodeo. He's done this many times before.
He'll keep powering the entire way, and here he is now onto the back straight, whilst the man in second is only just rounding that turn now. However, he probably has closed the gap by about 5 metres, I would say. Mason wouldn't exactly say he's taken his foot off the pedal, but it's been a pretty decent response. But now he finds another gear here, Kyle Mason, and once more back out to about 50 metres, that gap. He's got this one all sewn up. Now it's just a question about whether he can break that record. 3:45 ticking over at the moment for 12:54, the record inside the final 100 metres here. He's going to need to go very quickly, but he's got enough time in the bank to potentially break this record. So can he do the final 50 metres within 12 seconds? You'd imagine quite easily in the end. And they're all coming to have a little watch of this. Mason with the record looming. He's going to obliterate it by about 4 seconds. 4:08.86. Mason, back-to-back records. Of course, Ethan Howard just destroyed his previous one in the last race from 2024, but he's got one back here in the 17-plus division. The old record, 4:12.54, now at 4:08.86. Well done to Mason. Oliver White in at second, ahead of Julian Smith in at third.
And I'll tell you what, he doesn't look out of breath. I think he could have done another lap. He's chatting away with the officials down at the finish line.
Well, that's a huge performance. That's 4 seconds off the previous record. And a great way to finish your time competing at Sydney Catholic Schools, of course. He's in that 17-plus category. Last race that we'll see for Kyle Mason.
And here we have the final runners running over that finish line.
And Di Lorenzo just crossing there. Now all wrapped up there with our 1,500-metre events. Now, I believe up next we should have our opening ceremony. And, of course, once that's all done and dusted, we move to our 4x100-metre relays. But well done once again here to Kyle Mason, new record holder of the 1,500 metres 17-plus boys division. Quick break here in terms of commentary and more action coming your way in just a moment from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre for the Sydney Catholic Schools Pre to Post Athletic Championships 2025.
Good morning, families, students, parents and staff. I just ask that we pause all events for a couple of minutes for our opening ceremony. My name is Dr. Donald Manager of Sport at Sydney Catholic Schools.
Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre, the official opening ceremony being conducted now by Declan O'Donoghue.
We begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land, the Wongal people of the Darug Nation, and we pay our respects to elders, both past, present and emerging, for they hold the memories, the cultures and the hopes of Aboriginal Australia. Today we celebrate over 1,400 students from 135 primary and secondary schools who are competing here today. They are the best athletes from each of our 4 conferences, and we thank them for their efforts. We acknowledge our teachers for their support. We thank our parents for being here today to support your child as coach, mentor and sounding board. We also recognise the New South Wales athletics officials for their work over countless events. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank Trinity College, Catholic College and Brigidine College at Randwick, who are assisting with student helpers for this event. And as always, when we gather as a Catholic community, we begin with a prayer. So I ask you to please join me in making the sign of the cross. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God our Father, you have created us to strive for our best. Grant to all athletes, coaches and parents the strength to pursue excellence during this event and in all that we do. We pray for the safety of these athletes. Protect them from injury and harm. Inspire us all with a sense of fair play and a desire to do our best. And we make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. I now ask, if you are able, could you please be upstanding and remove your hats for the national anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just some quick housekeeping. You will see that the track is full of events with students competing. So we ask that when you are marshalled for the track and field areas at any given time, you please marshal around the track, out the back. So the field events, you'll come down the marathon tunnel and Sydney Catholic Schools officials will direct you to your flight. If you are marshalling for the track on the main arena, the white gazebo on the top of the hill is where you are to marshal, and you have to marshal around the back of the stadium. The track and field events on the warm-up track, if you use the red pavers that take you across the road to the warm-up track, that'd be greatly appreciated. If you do have a clash, we ask you to always register at your field event first and then attend your track event. And we have Sydney Catholic Schools officials to help you manage that clash. I also ask you, if you get a chance, two of our major sponsors, Strutty's Apparel and Victor Sports, have stalls out the back. So if you could support them, that'd be greatly appreciated. Just to conclude, I ask you, could you please listen to SOPAC's safety announcements for the venue? Good luck to all competitors today, and thank you all for your support. Go well.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. In the event of
Well, there we go. Well done to Declan Donoghue, our Manager of Sports here at Sydney Catholic Schools. Opening ceremony done and dusted there, and the students, all 1,500 of them, ready to put in a great showing. We've already seen in the opening session here, Diane, though, some outstanding efforts. 2 records breaking in the 1,500-metre category, if we just have people joining us right now.
And we look forward to a great day today out here at Sydney Olympic Park. We've had a wonderful start. Those 1,500 metre races were great. Some really tight finishes and some great shows of athleticism already today. And it's only just begun.
Of course, we're about to get stuck into event 10, the girls' 8 to 10 4x100 metre relay primary event here as part of the Sydney Catholic Schools Pre to Post Athletics Championships for 2025. That record is a very, very quick one. Almost a minute flat, set by Our Lady of Fatima. And a carrying bar by Gibb, Trajewski, Rafferty and Brown. And in terms of our fastest seed times coming to that, about 6 seconds slower. So that's how quick it is. Now, they're not quite ready to get underway as of yet, so we'll leave you with these pictures here from some of our field events. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre for the Sydney Catholic Schools Pre to Post Athletics Championships for 2025. About to get stuck into our first relay event of the day. Event 10, girls 8 to 10, 4 by 100 metres. The record just outside of 1 minute flat, 1 minute 0.39 seconds, set by Our Lady of Fatima Caringbah 2023. And Diane, take us through the teams competing.
Yeah, we have great selections of our primary school teams here today. We have Austral, who are in our lane number 2. In lane number 3, we have Mascot. Lane number 4, we have Coogee. Special shout out to them. I was principal at St Bridget's at Coogee before going to the school I'm at now. So we also have lane number 5, we have 5 Dock. Lane number 6 is Bosley Park. Lane number 7, we have OLR at Kensington. Number 8, we have OLMC out at Mount Pritchard. And lane number 9, we have Alshut Ramwick.
How fitting, 5 Dock out of lane 5 here. So it looks to be Evie McIntosh who will start them. Of course, there could be a slight change of the running order here, but for Austral, that looks to be Burns, Mascot, Kiss Natalia, Coogee, Rollo, Bosley Park, Shibbo, Kensington, Scard, OLMC out of Mount Pritchard should be Ha. And then, of course, out of OLSH Ramwick, that should be Ormount. So final checks here. They're up onto their starting positions. Marshall's getting them into their spots, a 4 by 100 metre relay.
And like we said earlier, this is a fast record that they're actually chasing down. 1 minute flat, and that was set in 2023 by Our Lady of Fatima at Caringbah.
Austral certainly looking ready to go here. They've had the spring in the leg. They're not on camera at the moment, but in at lane 2, they're looking very, very keen on things. Our fastest lanes, though, out of lanes 5, 6 and 7 in terms of their seed times. All around that 106 mark. And you can just see some beautiful conditions here as well. 16 degrees at the moment. Now, not a great deal of wind floating about. That's set to pick up into the afternoon. But beautiful, clear, sunny and quite warm for this time of the morning. And that sun really has got a bit of bite about it.
And what a beautiful day. Given the terrible conditions we had last week, and I know that it was, for some of our different events, it was a bit of a challenge, but today we certainly have got the best conditions.
So we're still actually setting up some of our runners up the other end of Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Out towards the starting area. They've been set for some time now. Surprised they're not still bouncing around, just trying to stay warm. I know it is very warm in general, but they'll be hoping for that. So here at the southern end of Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre, they are looking pretty sorted at the moment. Still just a few checks, though, here, Diane.
Yeah, and look, as we go through these relays today, we have a set list of names that have been provided to us. They were the original runners that were registered. There may be some changes. So schools are able to substitute an athlete if they have one that isn't able to compete. So our apologies if we do have any of the names wrong today. We have got just the ones registered, as mentioned, but we wish all of these relay runners all the best.
And, of course, there could be changes still within that ordering of some of these runners, even if they are listed. For example, we've got Burns as starting here for Austral, but that might not be the case.
But these runners, they've progressed through. These are the fastest runners for their schools in this particular age group. So they've started at their school athletics carnivals. They've progressed through to the conference carnivals. We've got 4 conferences in the primary school, and these are the top runners ready to compete today against each other. So we've got students from all over Sydney competing today at Sydney Olympic Park. It's a great opportunity for our schools to come together.
So they're in the red right in the middle. That is 5 Dock. They are one of our fastest qualifiers in 106.43, just ahead of Bosley Park in the light blue and dark blue, and then, of course, OLR Kensington. They're the quickest qualifiers, 106.18. That's seed time. From that reasonably wide position there with the light blue and maroon strip. So Those three are probably the ones to watch here. There's not a great deal separating all these teams, though, between our quickest and, I very much say this with quotation marks, slowest side. There's still less than 2 seconds, so we know it's going to be tight.
It's going to be a great race today, isn't it? They still look like they're setting up out there. Shouldn't be too long before they're heading off.
Well, the first one always takes a little bit of extra time, doesn't it?
Sets the tone for the day, though. And it's great. We've got lots of people down here at Sydney Olympic Park supporting all of their family members, supporting their schoolmates. There are lots of people here, and we also have a large number of people who are watching from home and within the schools as well. And I know within my own school we will we'll tune in at various times throughout the day, ready to watch our races, and it looks like they're getting set to go. And they're off.
They go now. So good start made here across the board. O'Mount got away quickly for OLHS Randwick. So Randwick looking good, but look at the pressure back on the inside from Mount Pritchard, starting beautifully here. And as they come to the first change, they'll get it away, not particularly smoothly, but they were first to the punch, so to speak. Now Kensington recover well and overtake Mount Pritchard. Still out in front just by a touch, though, is Randwick. Kensington looking good, and now 5 Doc really start to wind up. That was a great first change, and as they come here to the second change, third runner in, 5 Doc have now really closed that gap. So Kensington still applying a little bit of pressure. Randwick out in front, and then 5 Doc now with that inside running lane. They'll look to take the lead. One final change to come. It's 5 Doc that has the lead, and they get the final turnover ahead of the rest of the field, and they'll start to pull away now. Good margin here, but hang on for a second because here comes the comeback from Kensington. Look at them storming down this home straight. 5 Doc holding on for dear life. Kensington coming though, closing the gap. 5 Doc should have it by about 2 metres here in the end. It's 5 Doc, Kensington, and then back on the inside, Coogee for third.
What a great race. Great runners on show there today.
And a good time too, 104.93. So that's around about 2 seconds quicker than any of these sides with their seed time. So an excellent effort there across the board from the girls. Now typically the second heat is a bit faster, and if we take a look at those seed times, the quickest of the lot, that'll be out of SD Pencer, so 103.11. So that's about 3 seconds quicker than this first heat, but we've already seen them, Diane, shave about 2 seconds off.
Yeah, and with these ones, it's really important to notice, whilst we've got a first, second and third there, there are 2 separate groups for the finals, so it is based on times over those different races as to who receives the gold, silver and bronze.
Yeah, so at the moment, 104.93 is the mark. Now, according to the seed time, that should be just about every team that's coming up now that should be able to get around that little measure there. As we take a look at the Section 2 of 2 time finals here for the girls 8 to 10 4x100 metre relay. It's HF Menai in 2, VM Hunters Hill in 3, OLF Caringbah in 4, SC Labourne in 5, SD Penshurst in 6, HS North Ryde in 7, SCS Preston in 8, and SPC Regents Park in 9. So of course, that record sitting just outside of a minute, 1 minute, 0.39 seconds. That's been held by Our Lady of Fatima Caringbah since 2023. So only the second chance to try and break this one once again.
And those races, they're just getting set. And they'll be ready to go before too long.
Of course, Menai there in that light blue on the inside lane. The darker blue is Hunters Hill. And the 2 sides in the middle there with the blue and yellow, that's Caringbah and Labourne. Ryde in the red a little bit wider there. You can see 3 in from the left-hand side of your screen at the moment, and then just on the inside of that, in the aqua top, that's Penshurst. In the green, that's Preston. And at Regents Park in the black out wide. Up onto the mark now.
Now that school in lane number 5, that's Gaimea. They haven't got that on there, but these races are off.
So good start made here, especially from SCS Preston. That's a Wusu Akyumpong, who's doing very nicely at the moment. Will overtake that wider runner in the form of Amelia Fan, and they'll get the first change here as well. So good start made from SES Preston. Now, North Ryde coming back really quickly here. That's an excellent first change. And Lucia Hilton putting the foot down will open up a gap of about 5 metres. In fact, make it 10 by the time they get the change. So North Ryde, the ones to try and reel in here. But a pretty good change as well coming in from Caringbah and also Labourne. Now they have that inside run, so they'll just start to chew up a few of those metres. That margin is closing a touch, but North Ryde still have the lead ahead of Labourne and Caringbah. Final change coming. North Ryde make it. Good little switch up here from OLF Caringbah. Caringbah coming back hard at them, really closing that margin as well. Here's a late push also coming from Penshurst. Look at them tearing up through the middle. Penshurst now looking to get them right at the line. Oh, North Ryde just hang on in front of Penshurst. But, geez, that was extremely tight. 102.1, so North Ryde will take the gold here in event 10, the girls 8-10, 4x100 metre relay.
What a great start to our relay races. That was a good finish for our girls.
Here it is again on the replay. It was a fast finish. They're all coming to that line. But North Ryde hanging on. What a terrific final stint there from Penshurst, though. I believe it was the work of Victoria. In fact, I should say Chloe Lim, who was just coming home with a wet sail. She probably had a good 15 metres to make up and nearly did it.
I'll tell you what, she was firing along that final straight.
Well done to North Ryde. They'll take the gold, and Diane will take you through section 1 of 2 here in the time finals for the boys, 11-13, 4x100 metre relay.
Yeah, so we have a fast time that we're heading towards today with a record of 59.66. And in our first one of our heats, the schools that we have competing today, we have Cowan's Hill. In lane number 3, we have Bonnyrigg. Lane 4 is Ryde. Lane 5, we have North Ryde. Gee, they make it tricky for us, don't they? Lane 6 is St Mary St Joseph at Maroubra, and that's my children's school. So some of their mates are running today. Good luck to them. Good luck to all our runners. We have lane 7, Hunters Hill. Lane 8 is Austral, and lane 9 is Strathfield. And we have all our runners getting ready at their different checkpoints. We have a large number of officials out here today ready to help us and guide us through. And it's days like this that we love. We love coming out here and seeing our students on show and competing for their schools. And you can see there, the boys are just getting ready to start. Some keen runners there. You can see the Carnes Hill runner, he's ready to get going. So we've got some pretty quick seed times here. We've got 103, which is 42, and that was by our North Ryde team. And we also have our other Ryde team, but we've got a good start. They're heading out through and around to that first checkpoint. Some good fast runners there. And as they go through, let's check the transition over, and it's nice and smooth for those boys. Tricky to see who's in front there. James, you're better at calling those ones than I am. But we've got some good fast runners coming through there. Looks like we've got St Mary St Joseph coming around pretty quickly as well. First into the changeover and heading around. We also have, after that, North Ryde seem to be holding well as well. And it's St Mary St Joseph, though, coming around still. And we are tending on to their next runners. So first, third runners there. And, I can see there's they're coming around, fourth runner. And along the finish line, we have, it's a good tight finish. It looks like they're really pushing to the end. Who will it be? It looks like it's St Mary St Joseph. Oh, what a finish. And we might need to have a replay of that one. So first place, St Mary St Joseph. And second place, is it North Ryde there? Have I got that right?
Yeah, spot on there, Diane. It was a very tight tussle at the end. Great little effort as well from Hunters Hill, who came from the clouds. They just applied a bit of pressure as well. Here it is on the replay once more. Terrific finish, just leaning the head back there, Maroubra, and somehow picked up an extra gear. It was more aerodynamic. Yeah,
Buddy Bowen, he's the one that sped down through and took him right at the finish.
And you could see as well there from North Ryde with Aaron Boyajian. He wasn't particularly happy that he got pipped at the post there. He was no one's buddy on that occasion there, Buddy Bowen.
And you can see those runners, they're tired. They've pushed, they've given it their all. Aren't they proud?
So there we go. That is event 11, boys 8 to 10, 4x100 metre relay primary. So we'll now move to our secondary heat in just a moment. So the first of our two sectional finals here in event 11, the boys 8 to 10, 4x100 metre relay, done and dusted. I'll be trying to best that previous time. There was a very strong finish from Buddy Bowen out of Maroubra, just getting in front of the work of North Ryde and Aaron Boyajian. You can see beautiful conditions here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre with the sun beaming down, and the grass, of course, looks terrific as well. Not a cloud in the sky, and that is very welcome news based on all the rain we've had over the past couple of weeks, including one day where Sydney recorded 85 millimetres. So flash flooding, of course, that was pushing across Greater Sydney. As we take a look here of section 2 of 2, it's Mascot out of lane 2, Como in lane 3, Menai in lane 4, Engadine in the 5, Preston in 6, Lane Cove in 7, Caringbah in 8, and North Sydney is that wide start. So in terms of the quickest starting times here, there's only one side that has that sub 1 minute time, and if they run that seed time is good enough to break the record that has been sitting since 2022. That was set by Villa Maria Hunters Hill, 59.66. Of course, Hunters Hill came home with a wet sail in that previous one, but they're underway now. Good start made here from Jacob Alexander out wide for North Sydney. In fact, he'll open up a good margin here of about 5 metres, but it all comes down to that first change. And the change here is still pretty good for North Sydney. They'll get it first. Couple back on the inside there. Lane Cove also working well. Now they look to overtake here. This is a great start from Lane Cove. Engadine have a bit of work to do. They now get into their gears. Up into fourth they go. And starting to close the gap a touch here. So this one is very much up in the air. Very tight here still between Caringbah and Lane Cove. Lane Cove now pushing out in front. Closing the gap as well, though, is Engadine. Preston have fallen back a touch. One final change to come. And here they go now. So it's a good one made once more from Lane Cove, who've led the bulk of the way. But now Caringbah and Engadine, for that matter, start to sail away. This is a terrific run here at the end from Caleb Dawson, who just came out like he was shot from a cannon. And we'll get to the line in 59.03. It is a new record here. Terrific run from Engadine. Caleb Dawson with that final stint put himself in front of Lane Cove, who led for the bulk of it. And there it is, St John's Bosco, Engadine in 59.03. And all smiles you can see there, Diane, as well. I think they know exactly what they've done, these students. Of course, it needs to be confirmed, but from our records in front of us, that one is bested the previous record by about 0.6 of a second.
And you'll see at this time what we do is we actually have the event officials. They go around, they check that all of the transitions were smooth, and then they work out who the final places are. As the boys move off, we've got the girls coming on, which is our event 12, and it's our girls 11 to 13 years.
Once again, some pretty quick times here as well, 54.96. Now, we've seen a pretty continuing theme here. So, of course, in the 8 to 10, Our Lady of Fatima Caringbah, they had the record. Well, they've also set it here in the 11s to 13s division. Now, in terms of those crossover runners, Trajewski was involved in both. Rafferty was involved in both. And outside of that, Galloway and McIntosh were the new additions to that 11 to 13 lineup. We'll get to see one of those runners who's been involved in a previous record in the form of Mia Brown. So that's coming in section 2 of 2 in our finals here. OLF Caringbah will be running out of lane 7, but we're getting in front of ourselves here. Diane will take you through section 1 of 2.
So we have some great runners here, all are ready to show what they're made of. And we have in lane 2, we have Marsfield. We have in lane 3, Hunters Hill. Lane 4 is 5 Dock. Lane 5 is Coogee. Lane 6, we have Ride. Lane 7, Preston. Now, it looks like we've got lane 8, we have Bonnyrigg. I don't know if we've actually got Bonnyrigg there with us today, but we definitely have lane 9, Carnes Hill. And you can see that we've got our different runners just setting up and getting ready to go. And like we were saying earlier, these students, they have progressed through from different levels to get to where they are today, and they're excited. They're ready to represent their schools and ready to have a little bit of fun. Conditions are great down here, and the relay is a good fun one to be able to compete with your friends, compete with your schoolmates, and to compete together. Okay, and they're just getting ready to start. Final checks in place. So we have got a record time here of 54.96. Now that was set by Our Lady of Fatima at Caringbah last year. So these seed times, we have got the fastest seed time in this heat of 1 minute even. So we will see how we go today. Looks like we've got some of our runners just fixing up their shoelaces, just getting ready to start.
This is an announcement for the warm-up arena for events 401, 408. This is for the multi-class events in the 800. Students in events 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406.
A little bit of a delay, but that's okay. Builds up anticipation for the event to come. Okay, and they're set. And they're off. So we've got these races coming around. We have got the fastest seed time by Coogee. Let's see if they can hold on as they come around. And we're coming into the first changeovers. And it looks like Oh, goodness, I'm not so good. I have to make sure I get all of these ones right. But it looks like Carnes Hill have come through pretty quickly. We have got Preston, who are also racing ahead. And they're coming around to the next changeover. And there we go. Bonnyrigg have passed over as well. Sorry, that was Preston. So coming around, the Preston are in green there. They're coming around that bend. And we're ready for our final changeover. And let's see how these girls go. Coming in, and Coogee are there as well. Not quite as smooth as they would have liked, but it does look like it's a battle towards the end. That Coogee runner has just taken over, and she's going through, and it looks like that's Frankie McEwen. She's running through, and also with there we have Preston, and in third place it looks like we have Ride, and in fourth place we have Five Dock. So a good fast run there. And Coogee, I have to say, special shout out to them. That's my old school. So congratulations to them today. 57.82, so it's a fast time. Let's see. Now we're going into the second finals after this, and like we said, it's a combination of both of those as to how we work out our medal, our place getters. So we will see how they compete, but it was a good race there. A good, strong finish by Coogee.
Interesting there too for St Bridget's Coogee. Both arms strapped up with plaster. So I'm not sure if that's off the back of some sort of potential injury, but certainly there was a... There you go. You can just see in front of us at the moment, Diane. So that runner has both arms wrapped up in a plaster of some sort.
It looks like it's actually Isla Tufts. So there you go. Good run. And she's walking there with Luella Di Costello. It helps when you know the students, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, look, tough by name, tough by nature.
That's right.
Covered in plaster and still driving forward for victory in that one. So 57.82 the time. That's the one they'll try and beat. Of course, the record set at 54.96 by Our Lady of Fatima Caringbah. Now, they are in this one in lane 7, and they do have the third fastest qualifying time. So just the one holdover from one of the two records they've set across the last couple of divisions over the past few years. And then also, of course, out of lane 1 in that darker sort of navy strip, that's Malabar. SC Laborn Gaimea, of course, out there in lane 6. From that inside lane, it's Malabar, then Menai Cronulla in the 4, Randwick in 5, Gaimea's in 6, Caringbah in 7, Holsworthy in 8, and Maroubra June from that wide position. So just waiting for our final runners to get set here. I think we're missing one, actually. Yes, at the moment, lane 8 is a vacancy, and now they're on the spot there. So getting set at the moment. Randwick coming into this one with the fastest seed time of 56.96, but any side that has Brown involved in it, certainly don't rule them out, do we, Diane?
Not at all.
So Malabar in the navy on that inside lane. Menai in the light blue from lane 3. Cronulla in the bright blue from lane 4. Randwick with the light blue and maroon out of lane 5. And then Gaimea in the Eels type outfit with the blue and yellow. Next to them as well is also Caringbah with the slightly different blue and yellow.
Popular school colours, hey? Just to challenge us.
Very much so. Holsworthy, so I think my initial idea that they are not competing in this one, that is indeed correct. So Holsworthy is out of lane 8, and Maroubra will be that wide position there with the predominantly white top. So final checks. Now coming into this one, Holsworthy, we're running at about a minute flat, so not a bad time by any stretch of the imagination, but about 4 seconds away from our quickest seed time in this one. Still, we always like to have the full contingency of runners, but not to be the case in this one. So final checks there from our marshals, including Mark Hildebrand, who's down there by trackside. So the first time we've seen a starters block utilised so far today here by Cronulla. That's Jericho, Hayler, who's going to be utilising it. In fact, here's another one coming out, so that is the delay that we're seeing at the moment.
And the ruling is that any of our students who are wearing spikes, they have to be the first runners and starting off the off the blocks.
Looks like there might be one coming here for Maroubra June out on that wide position, or potentially just setting up for the next race. Yeah, so that's going to be, at the moment, a vacancy. So that block is going to be taking on the rest of the field.
Let's see how it goes. Although we do have a runner who's moving along. That might be Bonnie Holsworthy.
They've had the marshalling call for some time now, so they're just getting in place in time. Otherwise, I think they would have been scrapped for a different reason here.
Yeah.
So this should be Holsworthy now getting onto the spot. Okay, well, they're good to go now. I have the final check here of the laces. Because I don't know about you, Diane. It's not that I don't trust the staff here. I would always want to be tying my own shoelaces, though, just to make sure that I'm extra cautious about nothing coming loose, no trips occurring.
No, and a double knot too. Nice and tight. You've got to make sure that you're ready to go.
Do you have any superstitions when you were growing up playing sport?
Oh, look, playing netball, I did have my certain things that I like to do, certain socks, certain... but, you know, generally not too bad. I know some people have some very interesting ones, though.
Can be some very strange rituals. Remember before cross-country, I was always eating bolognese for breakfast.
Bolognese, wow.
A bit of pasta in there as well. Look, you need the carbs, but I'm a carnivore.
Well, we were out at the cross-country earlier this year, actually, and it's been great to see some of the same runners from that event here competing today. We saw them in our 1,500-metre races, and we do get to know some of the students across the different events.
Now, certainly Isaac Drieker, for example, very, very good cross-country runner. Did a great job here today as well, winning his 1,500 metres just in front of Mitchell Henville.
Yeah. And I was just given that notification. We did call it, but we have had quite a couple of different records set today. So one of the records that we had was in the boys 8x10 4x100 metre relay, and that was St John Bosco at Engadine. So they had a record time. And some other records that we had in the 1,500 metres, the boys 17 plus, we had Kyle Mason from Caringbah, who had a record of 4:08.85, and another record in the boys 16 years 1,500 metre race, and that was Ethan Howard from Randwick with a record of 4 minutes and 19 seconds. So 3 records today. Still early on in the morning too.
And worth pointing out, Kyle Mason involved in 2 of those. Of course, he was the previous record holder before Ethan Howard beat him by about a second. But Kyle got one back the very next race. He then, of course, took 4 seconds off that record for the 17-plus boys. So a roller coaster for Kyle in a very short period of time.
Absolutely. And it's good conditions out here at Sydney Olympic Park. It looks like these girls are just setting up, ready to go.
So here they go, up onto the starters blocks now. Taking a bit of time to get here, but about to get underway. Set and racing. Good start made right through the middle there from a good start with Jericho Hayler. Certainly utilising those spikes in the starting blocks to good advantage at the moment. Now also Randwick getting into their stride, as is Guy Mia. Changeover is very tight. And look at that little clump right through the middle. Now they start to get going though. Caringbah looking really strong here. They'll start to push out in front from lane 7. Ahead of the work there as well of the likes of Randwick, who are just lagging a touch back towards the middle, but Caringbah out in front by a sizable margin. Now that closes a touch as Gaimea and Randwick also start to set sail. In fact, take a look at Randwick, who now hit the front here, and they'll get the final change in at first. 100 to go, and an excellent little turnover here. Sadek to try and bring it home for them. She's being pursued, though. Gaimea hot on the heels. Sadek, though, should have enough in the tank. Sadek will clear it, and it is going to be a victory here out of lane 5 for OLSH Randwick in 55.7, which is just outside of the record, 54.96. But well and truly, that is strong enough to claim the gold in the girls 11 to 13 4x100 metre relay.
And a great run by all of those girls. So we've got girls races done for there, and we're moving on to the boys next. So you can see the boys are starting to set up, but those girls, gee, they look proud, don't they? And it's great to see them all shaking hands at the end as well. That's what we like to see. Good sign of sportsmanship, and some big hugs as well when you start to win. And Ulster Randwick competitors there, you can see they're very happy with that race.
Yeah, scenes of jubilation. Well done to the girls. And that was a real topsy-turvy race as well. Changed leads multiple times, but coming home with a wet sail was Ulster Randwick. So congratulations to them. That is gold. And as we now move on to the boys 11 to 13, 4x100 metre relay primary. Diane will once more take you through it.
Okay, so this race, we have our 11 to 13 boys. We have in lane 2, Drummoyne. Lane 3, Bosley Park. Lane 4 is Ryde. Lane 5, North Sydney. Lane 6, we have Matraville. Lane 7, Punchbowl. Lane 8, Bonnyrigg. And lane 9 is Holsworthy. Okay, and looks like they're set and ready to go. You got one. Oh, a bit of a wobble there. And they're just resetting. One runner on the blocks for this one. And they're off. Here they go around the bend. And it looks like we've got a good, strong start by, oh gosh, all our runners are going and heading around. A smooth changeover. And you have there Punchbowl and Matraville, both they're pushing through. We have Bonnyrigg, who look like they're coming through strong though. Coming around, ready for another transition. Let's see, we're watching, making sure it's nice and smooth. And there we go. Good change over there. And coming around the end, we've got North Sydney still pushing through strong. We've got good pack of runners there, though, together. And it looks like our North Sydney, our Matraville, our Ryde all together coming through. And here goes. Oh, a bit of a wobbly change over there. But our runner is coming through along the line. And it looks like it's North Sydney. And coming up strong, though, is Matraville. The Matraville runner has taken ahead, as that was Zane. And my goodness, he's taken over from him there. So that looks like we've got Matraville, who's taken out first place, North Sydney in second. And, gee, what a good, strong finish. And that race time, a 57.32, which is nice and quick. We did have a record of 53.69, but, gee, they've done well. What a good finish there by that Matraville runner.
Yeah, Zane Badawi. Here it is again. Take another look on the replay. He came once more from the clouds and then just flew past him. It was like watching an old Volkswagen be overtaken by a Porsche. No disrespect to the runners, but that was next level from Zane Badawi. It was like my first car trying to climb up the M1. It was an 84 Camry station wagon. Shocking thing. Couldn't get above 80 kilometres per hour, Diane.
Oh, I can't talk. I think my first car was a Suzuki Swift.
That's not too bad. Those things zoom around. I'm like a dinosaur out there and you're floating about like a ballerina.
I don't know about that. Didn't have a lot of power behind it, that car.
Nice little zippy thing around the city.
Yeah.
All right, we now move to section 2 of 2 here in our finals for the boys, 11 to 13, 4x100 metre relay. Of course, the time to beat 57.32. The record sitting at 53.69. So OLSS Miranda out of lane 1. They'll be in the blue with yellow crosses on them. Preston out of lane 3 with the green. In the light blue out of lane 4, that's HF Menai. Caringbah, who have been very strong so far in the relays. They're out of lane 5 wearing the blue and yellow. And, of course, right next to them once again, you see Laborn Gaimea. They'll be in blue and yellow as well, just to test us. And Ryan, who've also had a pretty strong start here. They're in the red and green from lane 7. Mossman, our first time seeing them in the relays. They'll be in the black from lane 8. Once more, Olsh Randwick in that wide position with the blue and maroon. So up onto the mark they come now. 3 runners utilising starting blocks. Set. There was a little wobble there through the middle. I think that was by Caringbar and Jude Govers. That's been picked up, so they'll come back to the starting line now. Here it is again on the replay. Some of our starters, they were waiting for it, but of course that's the final change. So they're a little bit away, and you know, I always think about the nerves there. You're waiting, you're seeing how everything is unfolding. You know, it all comes down to you on that last one. So there is the false start there, the little wobble from Caringbar out of lane 5. This time they're off and running. So clean start and well started for that matter by Zachary Meacock from Mossman, who overtakes immediately Leif Gilligan from Randwick, and they'll get the first change here as well, Mossman. So they're the ones to catch at the moment. However, look at this effort right back through the middle. That is extremely quick. From it looks like Guy Mia will then get the change ahead of everybody else. So what a phenomenal second stint. Mossman have a slender margin at the moment. They made a good start on this final change here, but Zachary Weir closing the gap a touch. It's going to come down to this last stint here. Good change, and it is indeed Guy Mia who now have that slender advantage. Final handoff here as well for Mossman. Wilkinson applying some pressure, but they're getting away from here, Guy Mia. Hang on, though, because here comes Caringbar with a wet sail all the way to the line. Oh, yes, they'll just get in front in the final 5. What a run at the end there from Ryan Cohen. The time flashing up 55.23. That's good enough for gold. It's quicker than Section 1. 57.32, so they've bested that by about 2 seconds. But what an outstanding final stint from Caringbar, who are hanging back in third at the change. Here it is again on the replay. Terrific effort right at the end from Ryan Cohen. Just got there in front of the work of Dale Winchester, who is no slouch, but Cohen just found another gear. And by the barest of margins, they will claim it here, Diane.
Oh, what an incredible run. They'll be very proud of themselves. It's nice to see them powering through to the finish. And some great success for those teams.
So I believe that wraps up our primary relays here. We're now moving on to our secondary 400-metre events. Start with the girls 12 years. Just as they're getting set up, we'll take a very short break here in commentary, live from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday wherever you might be watching from. You can see there the wind has started to pick up now at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Was forecast for a little later this afternoon, but it's arrived early. So too, though, has event 14, the girls' 12-year-olds 400-metre dash, our first of the secondary divisions here. So vacancy in lane 1. We've got Harper out of 2. Ning in 3, Bastani in 4, Buckman in 5, Galea in 6, Barbaresco in 7, Vagnozzi in 8, and Ginia Kellos out of lane 9. And we're seeing on screen at the moment, that is, I believe, Rianne Galea. So up onto the starters line now. set and racing. Good start made here, especially from Vagnozzi out of lane 8, who got away quite quickly. Then also Galea looking good, will immediately overtake Barbaresco. So Galea with an outstanding start here, and will hit the front here on the back straight now. Galea just powering forward, opens up a margin of 5, now 7, nearly already at 10 metres. This is a frightening start from Rianne Galea coming into this one. She had a 1:12.57 time. Juliet Buckman had the fastest qualifier, and she might well have something to say here. She's up in second at the moment and has that inside running passage. So this one isn't a sure thing as of yet here for Galea, but she started brilliantly. Still 150 to go. Now Buckman starts to close the gap ever so slightly. Trinity Bastani also now overtaking. Up into second she goes. And Galea just fading a touch here as now Bastani closes the gap down to 5 metres. It was 15 before for Galea. However, she's just left enough in the tank. A good run in the end. Galea's going to claim it. In at first, a terrific effort out of Bonnie Rigg. The time flashing up 1:08.118. It's a little outside of that record time, about 3 seconds, but Galea out of a cannon and managed to just keep her wits and maintain first place. Gold medal for Rianne Galea. Congratulations. I think that might be the most upset I've ever seen someone having just won a gold medal. It's not a single smile on the face there. I'm sure she's probably had a look at the watch and maybe that was a little down on the time she was hoping for. That's all I can imagine. But Rianne, bit of celebration, you've claimed it.
And a great effort too. And now you can see our boys already setting up, some of them on the blocks. But we have got a great field here for our 12-year-old boys, 400-metre dash. So we have Pinto from Maroubra, Sad from St Vincent's. We have Hagen from Menai, Skelton from Ryde, Brown from Revesby, Randall from Hinchinbrook, Bone from Five Dock, and Newen from Bankstown. And you can see the record for this race is 59.31, so a quick one. And looking at some of our seed times, they are a little bit off it, but nonetheless, I'm sure we'll see a good race today.
Worth pointing out, though, the man that set that record, Lachlan Wheeler. Now, he is a freak of nature with all due respect. He's got so many records across so many different distances as well. So if it seems a little bit off the pace, well, that's because Lachlan Wheeler is otherworldly with some of his performances in his time with Sydney Catholic Schools.
That's a name to watch out in the future.
So they're up onto the starters blocks now, set and racing. Clean start made, and then Justin Pinto on that inside lane. Started pretty well, but also getting into his gears very quickly there. It's an excellent effort from John Skelton. Now, he does have the fastest seed time, 1:09.05. There is Skelton out of Holy Cross Ride in the yellow and maroon. Now takes to the front. So he's got about a 3-metre margin on that wide man. That's the form of Cayenne Newen, who's moving through. In fact, it's Archie Bone, it looks like there, who's running out of lane 8. So Newen is a scratching. Still in front, John Skelton. Nobody really applying a great deal of pressure at the moment. Hagen now starts to get into his gears too, and he hops up into third. But still Skelton with a massive lead as he arrives at the final bend here. 400 metres, and he's got about 300 down. Now they all start to click in and supply just a little bit of pressure there. Elliot Hagen up into second. Justin Pinto pushing for third, but Skelton with no real pressure on him. He'll be able to lap up these final moments and push all the way to a gold medal. The time ticking over 1:05, so it's well and truly outside of that record time, but well done to Skelton. He'll take out an excellent time here, 1:07.99. Now very tight there for third. Now Pinto's having another look. He's not 100% sure that he hasn't got it. Elliot Hagen then pushing through will claim second, but we might need another look at the replay here, because while Skelton's got first, I think there's a bit of a jury out for bronze at the moment. Skelton in control from start to finish. As the girls line up here. We'll get to take another look here at this finish right at the end. So Skelton pushing through, and then very tight here. Take a look, Hagen in front, then Pinto. Oh, geez. I'll tell you what, if we get the chance, we might need to slow that down even more, because that was almost inch by inch. Here they come again. So Hagan pushing from 4. Pinto coming through. Has a little look at the line. Oh, well, I tell you what, that's a photo. I can't tell you right here. We're going to have to wait for official confirmation. But between Pinto and Archie Bone, it doesn't get any closer. It might be by not just a nose, by a hair on a nose.
And while they work that out, we have got the girls who are just getting set and ready to go. This is our 13-year-old girls. So we have from Bonnie Rigg, we have Kavichachia, we have from Woolwich in lane 3, Munza Rover. Lane 4, we have Christie from Penshurst. Lane 5, Nair from Engadine. Lane 6, Lemura, who is from Five Dock. Lane 7, Castelletti from Waverley. Lane 8, it looks like it's Ayad from Hoxton Park, and they're off and they're racing, and let's see how they're going. It's a fast race here. We have got Riley Nair, who is our fastest runner there. She is leading at the pack, and let's come around the bend. Oh, no, actually, she's got lane number 7 seems to be right up there, and that's the Waverley runner. Now, coming around, it is looking like that racer is pushing her, though, and that's Riley Nair from Engadine. They're coming around the bend, and it looks like Nair has her. However, she is hot on her heels, that racer from Waverley. Now, just coming around, and we'll see them. They're going to be pushing it as they come around that bend and into the final straight, and it looks like it is Riley Nair who has got that first place at the moment and is pushing through. We have 2 runners. They're pretty close. They're hot on her heels. So lanes number 4 and 5, I believe, and that's Jada Christie and Riley Nair. But Riley is pushing through, and here she comes along, and it looks like she's going to win quite comfortably. We have second place there is Christy Jada, and in third place, it looks like we have lane number 7.
Very close there as well, Diane, to a new record. So 102.65 the time popping through. The record, of course, 102.61, so 0.04 of a second.
Oh, it's a quick one. Just off, though.
Terrific run, though, from Riley Nair, but excellent finish in that second half of the race there from Jada Christie, who was really pushing through strongly inside the final 150 metres. So that is the girls' 13-year-olds 400-metre secondary dash done and dusted. Now on to event 17, the boys' 13-year-olds 400-metre dash secondary. Now, once again, no surprises here. Lachlan Wheeler is the record holder. Held the record in the 12s, also holds it in the 13s. 56.71, so in the span of a year, shaving off 3 seconds from the previous record he set. Now, to give you some context as to just how fast that is, Albert Job is one of those real superstars moving through. His time is 1 minute flat, so it's still nearly 3 seconds outside of the work of Lachlan Wheeler. It's actually a little bit more than 3 seconds, Diane.
Wow, it's an incredible time that they're chasing down today. We've got a few runners on the blocks today, majority of them actually, and they're set and they're racing. Off and
running now, and of course Albert Job, the man to watch, and starts very well once again. He's running out of lane 5 there in the all-black strip. Also started quite strongly, did Kai Baker and Bavkewa. Bavkewa now just fading a touch. Job starts to click into gear, as does Sebastian Edwards out of Cogra. So Job actually trailing a touch here. He's timing his run. You can see he's just behind the work there of both Edwards and Isaac O'Brien. Hasn't really clicked into gear as of yet either, Albert Job. So that's a little bit of an interesting one here for him. Is he just saving things in the tank? Perhaps for a late burst. But at the moment, it's Sebastian Edwards from MH Cogra, who is out in front. In fact, here he comes now, Job. Job now will emerge from the clouds and really looking good. Just as they hit that turn, he found another gear. And Albert Job is going to do a great job here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Keep powering all the way towards the line. A terrific run here in the end. In fact, it is Sebastian Edwards. My apologies. Yeah, so Job. Now, I thought he was struggling a touch there, Albert Job, moving through. And it was indeed Sebastian Edwards. Well, Edwards did it easily in the end, and Albert Job, well and truly off his seed time. He's popped in at about 5th there in the end, but take nothing away from that run from Sebastian Edwards, 58.34. So About 2 seconds outside of the time from Lockie Wheeler, but congratulations to Sebastian Edwards.
Okay, and we've just got the girls. They're slowly making their way over to set themselves up. That's all right. Don't appear to be in a rush, but that's okay. We'll introduce them while they get themselves ready to go. So we are moving into the girls' 14 years 400-metre dash. In lane 2, we have Charlotte Bates from Milpera, Mila Morrow from Waverley, Sienna Moore from Engadine, Isabella Jean-Louis from Bonnyrigg, Lily Mollicino from Hurstville, Isla Scully from Five Dock, Kayla Shelley from Ramwick, and Annabelle Carbone from Woolwich.
I believe Lily Mollicino as well, not just great on the track itself, she's also very good in the pool. So one of those supreme athletes across multiple disciplines.
One of those people that competes well no matter what the sport may be.
Absolutely. Very similar situation for Sienna Moore. Also a very handy touch footballer. Of course, one thing for touch, you do need to be rather quick, and Sienna is exactly that. Coming into this one here, she has the third fastest seed time, 105.82. The quickest is with Isabella Jean-Louise, 104.62. Followed by Lily Mollicino, the second fastest, 104.88. Diane will take you through it. We'll see which of those three, or potentially anybody from this field, might be able to claim victory.
I'm just looking. We have got a couple of the racers not in there today, and we'll just clarify who we've got and who's not racing. Okay, and they're set. I'm ready to go, and they're off. And a nice quick start for all of those girls, and are heading around at the moment. Let's see how we go. Let's see how these races head in. Now, in the white, you've got Lily Mollicino, and she looks like she's firing around that track. And she's comfortably running around, isn't she? She really does seem to have a good stride there. We have Sienna Moore, who is also giving her a bit of a competition, but you can see there's a good break there made by Lily Mollicino. And the rest of the girls, well, might be a bit of a competition for those other medals, but it does look like Lily is quite comfortable right out the front. She's coming around the bend, and let's see where we go from there. They're coming around. Lily, she's got a nice pace there. She's got her stride length right, so she's heading along along the final 100. And coming up, let's see who the other place getters are. We seem to have, we've still got the Engadine runner there, Sienna Moore in second place, but gee, it looks like we have another athlete. Oh, wow, let's see who's managed to get there, falling over the line. So we've got Lily Mollicino in first place, and it looks like we've got Isabella Jean-Louis in second place, and in third place, Sienna Moore. We've had a bit of a tumble over the finish line there. Good finish, good solid finish, and here they are. They was just watching the replay now. Gee, she's well ahead, isn't she? Well ahead of the pack. And here we have, gosh, it's close. So it looks like it's lane 5 there. So it's Isabella has taken it out. So she's got the silver.
Well, they quite literally threw themselves into the end of that race there. They were definitely vying for second and silver. Mollicino with an outstanding run, but it's the kind of contest we love to see here as part of the Sydney Catholic Schools Pre to Post Athletics Championships for 2025. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage. James Preston and Diane Cowan with you for all of it. Moving now to event 19, boys 14-year-olds 400-metre dash secondary. The record at 55.71 sent by Alexander Marshall. A vacancy in lane 1. Bentley Lukatic in the 2. Looks like we've got a few other vacancies as well, potentially out there from lane 7 and lane 6 as well, it looks like. So no Jai Roach and no Jackson Rail. So Lukatic, Heffernan, Wall, Sinclair, and then out wide it's Edwards and El Haddad. Off and running now. Good start made here from Sinclair from that middle lane. Now he does have the fastest seed time at 58.07. So that one's about 3 seconds away from the actual record. El Haddad starts well out wide, being pressured here from Edwards. And now really hitting his stride is Lewis Sinclair. So he begins to close the gap a touch. Just back in behind him, Nate Heffernan also pushing forward, as is EJ Wall, but Lewis Sinclair best positioned at the moment. Steps up into second as they come to this final turn with that inside running lane. Now looks to overtake into first he goes. Has a margin, in fact, of about 5 metres, increasing that out to 10 as he rounds the bend onto the home straight here. So it's Lewis Sinclair with a bit of daylight, then into second. It's now a good recovery here from Riley Edwards, who pushes up into that position. But this is all Lewis Sinclair, opening up the margin by a good 20 metres, if you don't mind. Crosses in 56.16, just outside of record time. And then an excellent finish here from Riley Edwards, who is tumbling toward the line itself, but managed to hold his footing. And then I think it was EJ Wall just in for third. But what a run there from Sinclair. And there must be something to do with the plaster here today. It's another man with a cast who finishes extremely strongly.
As long as they're not the ones tumbling over the finish line.
Yeah, it's a good point. What a run there, though, from Lewis Sinclair out of De La Salle Reesby. Extremely strong work from him. So just outside of that record-breaking time, 56.16. Record, of course, at 55.71.
Okay, and we've got the 15-year-old girls who are setting up. Looks like we've got a few absent runners there, and they're just getting ready to race, getting set. So it looks like we haven't got anyone in lane 2, so we haven't got our Hoxton Park, nor lane 6, so we haven't got 5 Jock, but we do have some great runners here on the track, and they're racing as we go. So we have got... coming around, it looks like it's the Amelie Evans from Kensington who is making a fast pace. She's pretty close behind is Sienna Swindon from Sutherland, though. And as we come around, they're just... Oh, it looks like we've got some change in places as well. But Amelie Evans still looks like she's holding on to that position. And Sienna Swindon is there behind her, coming around. And we'll see as they come around the bend how these places continue. And you can see Sienna Swindon is still holding on to that first place. Looks like it's going to be a close finish. And coming in around there, we seem to have the Bridgetine Ramwick runner. That's Leora Fensom, who has taken the first place. And she's coming along down the finish line. Pretty quick finish. Sienna Swindon looks like she's coming in second. But definitely first place there by Leona Fensom. Second by Sienna Swindon. And a really strong finish there.
Well, that was an incredible finish there.
She came out of nowhere,
absolutely.
Didn't she?
That final third of that race, well, she was probably still middle of the pack as they were about to make that final turn, and then just found an extra gear and really put the foot down. A terrific finish from Fencer. Swindon looked to have that one all sewn up. So well done to Fensom. Gold there. Swindon in for the silver, and Amelie Evans, who had the early lead out of Kensington, will claim the bronze. Moving now to event 21, the boys 15-year-olds 400-metre secondary dash. No runner here out of lane 1. Looks like we might also have an absentee from lane 3 in the form of Constantinides. So Joshua McLean is still out there. Then it looks like another gap potentially, unless that's the man a little higher up. Yes, in fact, he's fixing his footing at the moment. So we will have Agyapong running, which is a good thing because he actually has the fastest seed time coming into this one. A record set by Danny Carney back in 2022, 54.15. So that's a very, very quick time. Max Davarin there in the white, blue and yellow. So no Brody Harkness, no Ethan Karanassos, but Raylan Clarence will be in that wide position. Up onto the blocks they go now. Off and racing. Good start made here out wide from Clarence, but also have a look at Agyapong, who straight away gets into his stride and zooms past the work of Max Davern. This is frightening stuff to begin with here from Elias Agyapong out of Liverpool, already in front. Overtakes the wide man in the form of Raylan Clarence. Has now about 5 metres on them and an inside passage too. Continues to pull away from Davern, who's up into second. Agyapong doing this with ease. Look at the focus, the form, the technique. He continues to stride forward. One final turn to navigate. Comes around into the final 110 metres. Agyapong with a sizable advantage, but Davern now makes a move. He's being pressured as well, though, from some good work here by Joshua McLean. But Agyapong will well and truly take this one out. Has a gap of about 10 metres. Davern comes back hard, back up into second, overtaking the work of McLean. So it will be Agyapong, Davern, and then McLean. The time is 54.95. Once more, just outside of record-breaking time, 0.8 second in it. And well done in the end from Agyapong.
Okay, we've got the next race getting set, and it looks like we've got a few absent runners here today. So we will double check and make sure that we get the right ones for you. So it looks like we have, oh, they're just moving through. Okay, so the next race is the girls' 16-year-old 400-metre dash. We have got a few absent runners, so we've only got 4 within this race. Works well, doesn't it, when you've only got 4 runners? Nice for places. So we have got lane 4. We have Evie Boulos from Sutherland. Lane 5, Raquel Boswell from 5 Dock. It looks like we have lane 7, Ella Doak from North Shore, and lane 8, Jessica Fernandez from Lakemba. And they're off and they're racing. And here we go. Let's see how they go. So 4 runners here today. And coming up around the first, we seem to have Boswell. Boswell coming around. It's pretty close, though. She is being challenged here by the other runners. And we have got it pretty close there between Boswell. And we'll see as they come around this bend. But Boswell's still holding on at the moment. Not far off her is Evie Boulos, who's coming in second place and coming around. Let's see, they're about to come around this final bend. We have got Ella Doak from North Shore, who's also coming around there in third place. Fourth place currently held by Fernandez. But we do seem to have Raquel Boswell is holding her own. She's got a nice big gap and she's firing down that 100 metres. Followed after that by Evie Boulos, and leading the pack strongly, though, is Raquel Boswell from 5 Dock, and she's just about to finish with a 1:02.50. She's just off that pace for the record, and we've got a bit of a competition here. Oh, there we go. We have Jessica Fernandez in third and Ella Doak in fourth place there today.
Tremendous run there from Raquel Boswell out of 5 Dock. She was pushed hard by Evie Boulos, though. But really finding another gear, and as you mentioned there, Diane, just outside of record-breaking time. Half a second in it. As we now prepare for event 23, the boys' 16-year-old 400-metre secondary dash. The record here also set by Danny Carney, who held the record for the 15-year-olds division back in 2022. This one, of course, set in 2023. In terms of the fastest qualifiers, that falls out of lane 5 here for Caleb Hasrooney. 55.2 from him. He'll be in the red. And in the dark red next to him, that's Daniel Folkes. Set now. Racing. A little bit of a sluggish start there, though, from Hasrooney. Folkes got away better. And on the outside, James Power is powering forward. Overtakes the work of Hunter Hart and also Aidan Rainieri now. Take a look at James Power oodles of exactly that. Now in front by a good 5 metres already. Little bit of pressure coming back on the inside, though, from Panrugius, who's also moving quite nicely. Horridge falling back a touch. O'Donoghue also struggling to keep up. This is all about James Power at the moment, who's out in front by 10 metres. Comes to the final turn now, and it's his world. We're just living in it. The rest of the field battling it out for second at the moment. Silver waiting for them, but gold is for James Power. Out of De La Salle, Caringbah continues to drive forward. He's got a margin of about 10 metres. Here's a late push coming through, though. He won't have it all his own way, but Power will hold on in the end. In fact, I should say Daniel Folkes, and then has Rooney just coming in a little bit behind him, followed by the work of O'Donoghue. So well done there to Daniel Folkes out of Engadine. And then for James Power just a touch in behind as well.
So here we are, and we have the 17 years plus 400 metre dash, our girls, and this is their final race for these girls, for some of them who are about to finish their secondary school journey. We have a number of competitors. It does look like we're missing possibly one or two, but we'll go through the list nonetheless. We have Kira Burke from Kingsgrove, Matilda Richards from Milperra, Emily Reid from Ramwick, Bianca Pavella from Five Dock, Grace McMahon from St Vincent's, and Jaya Flaunchbaum from Waverley, and Averley Rock from Penshurst. And we'll just confirm all those runners. It looks like we've got our lane 3 absent, and all the other runners there. And we have a record time for this race of 59.35, so we'll see how we go with that one. But we have got the racers just getting themselves ready. And our top seed in this race is Bianca Pavella from Five Dock. She's racing in lane 5. Let's see if she can hold that top seed time and finish strongly. Okay, they're moving into the blocks. That's it. And they're racing. It was a little bit of a rough start there for a couple of them, a little bit shaky, but nonetheless it was clear, and they're coming around now. It looks like we have got, having a little look who's coming in first. It does look like Pavella is holding it there. There is a bit of movement though, and it does look like we have another runner who's actually coming around and in there. Heading around, we have got a bit of a change in the lead. It looks like it is Pavella, and leading into Flaunchbaum as well. Coming around though, it is Emily Reid in third place, but nonetheless it is Bianca Pavella who's holding her own there right now, heading through, and let's watch as they hit this final turn and head through into the straight. Now there's a little bit of a gap forming, but it definitely is still Bianca Pavella, our Five Dock racer, who is leading the pack through. Second place, we have got Jaya Flaunchbaum, and third place, Emily Reid. Although it does look like there is somebody coming up through the back, and that looks like Grace McMahon is trying to push through. And here we have, so first place we have Bianca Pavella, second place Jaya Flaunchbaum, and third place Grace McMahon. And good work to Grace. She did come from behind from that fourth place to secure that third.
And terrific final 100 metres there from Grace McMahon. And Emily Reid, you can see the disappointment there on her face. She was holding firm in at third for the bulk of that race, and then just pipped at the post right at the end. As we now come to our final event here of our 400-metre secondary dash, it's the boys 17 plus. And the man to watch here, there's no doubt about it, Danny Carney. Of course, he held the record in 2022 for the 15-year-olds, 2023 for the 16-year-olds, now up here in the 17s division. Jacob Fong has the record at 52. Now, coming into this one, Danny Carney has run 53.43. So he'll be running out of lane 4. That's in the largely green top. Just on his inside is Charles Woods, no Lachlan Wan, who is a scratching from this one. Set and racing. Good start made here. Zachariah Aboud got away beautifully. Just on his outside, so too did Oscar Alvaz. Carney also started in reasonable fashion, but it's really all about Aboud at the moment, who overtakes the work of Oscar Alvaz. Oscar Moore also looking pretty strong out wide. There's room to work with here for Aboud and a bit of work to do for Danny Carney, who now starts to click into gear. Here comes Carney, closing the gap. And with the inside lane, overtakes Aboud. He's only going to be harder to rein back in from here. One final turn to come. Opens up a margin of about 3 metres. Carney followed by Aboud. And then, of course, Oscar Alvaz back in third. But that's a sizable gap now as Carney continues to power forward. 5 metres between himself and Aboud. It's Carney looking strong. Clock ticking over. Getting close to that record. Carney's going to go very close off. 52.59. It's just outside by about half a second, but what a run from Danny Carney. In at first, Zachariah Aboud in at second, and then Oscar Alvaz wraps up the top 3. Gold, though, for Danny Carney.
And that's our 400-metre races done. What a great show, what a great range of performances today. And we did have a couple of records set. I have been handed, we've got our girls' 15 years 400-metre record today of a 1:02.65, and that was made by Leora Fensom. And we also had in our girls' 14 years a record broken by Lily Mollicino from Hurstville, and that was a 1:03.66. So congratulations to those record breakers. We've had a few records today, so some great performances on show.
It'd be about half a dozen already, and we're certainly not anywhere near the conclusion of today's action. But we will take a short little break here at the Sydney Catholic Schools Pre to Post Athletics Championships 2025, live from Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. Up next, we get into the real fast frenzy. It's the 100-metre dash coming your way very soon. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre for the Sydney Catholic Schools Pre to Post Athletics Championships 2025. First 100-metre dash about to get underway. This is section 1 of 2 in the timed finals here for the 8-year-old girls division. Banks, Dramoyne, Oswell, Knapp, Pitt, Jensen, Watton, Lastro, Harkness and Juan in this one. Imogen Pitt and Nyla Jensen, two quickest C times here, 17:07 and 17:08. So set to be very tight through the middle. They're out of lane 10. That's Erin Juan. In the yellow, that's Chloe Harkness. Just on the inside, Lastro, then Watton. Nyla Jensen there in the largely light blue, and then Imogen Pitt in the Eels type setup there with the blue and gold. Those are the two quickest C times in this one. Of course, they'll also be battling against section 2 of 2 in those finals. And Leela Parsons, the record holder for the 100-metre dash. That was set last year, 15:74 the time. And they left well and truly too early there, the girls. Back onto the starting line they go. So just running through the final little checks here for our under 8s girls in the 100-metre dash. Our first of a number of dashes here. Once again, there's the starting list. A student out of lane 2 doesn't have clearance, so we'll be calling them Dramoyne, but Banks in 1, Oswell in 3, Knapp in 4, Pitt 5, Jensen 6, 7 is Watton, 8 Lastro, 9 Harkness, and in 10 is Juan. Now, there is a little bit of a breeze floating about at the moment. Not sure what direction it's coming from, and we don't have the benefit of the wind gauge here today as to whether it's a tailwind or a headwind that these runners are utilising. Even with the wind, though, beautiful conditions here at Sydney Olympic Park. Plenty of sunshine, temperatures in the high teens. Threatening to push up into the 20s by the end of the day. The girls have been on that starting line for some time now, but they are ready to rock and roll. Well, there was a little stumble, but they'll say continue. No, there it is now, the false start. I thought that had to occur. There was quite a few of them that were wobbling about the place. I'm still very excited, though. The girls can see there Erin Juan just bouncing around. I'll simply get a warning, if you will. A little reminder that I've got to stay on the line and not jump off of it until that final gun clearance is sounded. So once more, back onto the mark. Set. Well, once again, there's a couple that have left early. In fact, 3 in the end. Well, the girls are just too eager here. This is our third attempt at the start now. And trying desperately to ensure they don't jump the gun. Once more set. This time good to go. And a good start made out wide here from Chloe Harkness in lane 9. Has the early lead. Now they're coming back at her very quickly though. Willow Knapp and Oswell also looking very strong. Little bit of a slow start here from both Pitt and Jensen. And as a result, it's going to be Oswell who pushes in front. All very tight at the line there between Oswell and Knapp. The time flashing up at 16.39. That's pretty quick. It's faster than every single seed time coming into this one. So you'd imagine, based on that wind swirling around, maybe it's behind them at the moment. But it's a very, very good finish there from Oswell. Knapp also very tight. So those are the top two in that first sectional final. Now move on to section 2 of 2. Girls are up on the blocks once again. Not utilising them, but up onto the starter's mark here. And Charlotte O'Leary from lane 5. Now she's the quickest seed time here, 15.73. Just the two runners with sub 16 second times. The other is Naomi Shihata out of lane 6. At the moment, though, we don't have Charlotte O'Leary, so unless she's going to be joining us late in the piece, our quickest seed time is an absentee here. They are set, so this is the field. So Shihata, the one to beat here, starts very nicely as well. Amelia Fan also looking good, but now Shihata begins to click into gear. Fan still has just a slender lead on her, but now Shihata looking really good. Shihata coming hard for it. Will get there just at the line. Shihata ahead of Fan, and then a good finish out wide from Elsie Potts from Austral. Should overall claim third, 15.89, the time coming through, and it wasn't too far off that record-breaking time, 0.15 of a second, but what a run from Naomi Shihata out of STM Brighton. Taking gold here, Diane.
Now, I do know that there are a couple of those racers who crossed over into different lanes, so they are just checking a few things there, but it shouldn't affect our final place getters.
No, I certainly don't think Shihata was one of them. And Diane will take you through here the starters list for the boys' 8-year-olds 100-metre dash primary division.
Okay, so we have Baxter from North Sydney, lane 2, Nader from Strathfield, lane 3, Brooks from Matraville, lane 4, Tenaglia from Mortlake, lane 5 is Clark from Mascots, Volpe from Enfield in lane 6, Curcio from Alshot Ramwick in lane 7, Rofal from Bonnyrigg in lane 8, and then lane 9 is Luchetic from Stanmore, and lane 10 is Parker from Holsworthy.
Looks like we do have the full complement on deck here as well. So lanes 1 through to 10 occupied. Of course, this is the section 1 of 2 finals. Typically our section 2 has the quicker runners in it.
Now, record time, 14.996, and that was set last year by Jacob Deans.
So in terms of the fastest seed time for this one, that's held by Tyaha Clark out of Mascot, 16.67. So they're running out of lane 5 right towards the middle. He's there with the light blue V-top with the navy blue down towards the sternum and down to the waist. And then just next to him, Romeo Volpe with those bright boots. He's our second fastest qualifier. Set now. Once again, a little bit of a wobble. Clean start made across the board. Very good start for that matter from Clark, who pushes out in front immediately. Has a margin of about 3 metres. Clark still working very strongly here. Now Curcio also starts to click into gear, but it's easily going to be Clark here who will cross first ahead of Curcio. And a good finish too from Jackson Baxter, who was very tight in behind Curcio. In fact, he might have even pushed up just in time to claim second, but this is all about the time itself, 15.49. Flashing up, not a bad time at all. In fact, it's far quicker than any of the seed times, none of which were below that 16-second threshold, so 15.49 as we move to section 2 of 2. And once more, Diane will take you through the field.
Okay, in lane number 1, we have Pelagi from Fairfield. Lane 2, Abraham from North Strathfield. Lane 3, Robinson from Preston. Lane 4, Bradbury, who is from Engadine. Lane 5, McGloin from Gymea. Moore is in lane 6 from Menai. Lane 7, Lynn is from Penshurst. Lane 8, Allen from Como. Lane 9, Ishak from Holsworthy. And lane 10, Talone, who comes from Eastwood. And it looks like we've got all our runners there.
Oh, and a little stumble there right on the line. They'll have to reset things now. And that was, in theory, by our quickest man, Elias McLoyne. So once more back onto the mark. Set. This time McGloin gets away nicely and starts to drive forward, but an excellent beginning here from Nico Robinson, who's out in front as it stands, now being pursued by Bradbury. McGloin also beginning to hit his stride. Now starts to wind up. McGloin, has he left it a little bit too late? Oh, it's very tight at the line. I think it's Robinson who just held on. 15.56. It's actually a touch slower than our first section. That was 15.49. So at the moment, that gold is going to Clark. We'll have to take another look at this one, though. Here it is on the replay. It was very tight at the end. McGloin was a little sluggish to begin with, and it might just be Robinson holding on. He's got the slenderest of margins here. Dives to the line. Robinson still at the moment. Robinson, yeah, just gets there ahead of McGloin. And then in between the pair, Bradbury back in third, but Clark had the faster time. 15.49 in that first section. That's a rare occurrence, but Clark's going to take gold.
And it's normally the second race, which is the faster one, but he's just taken him out. A great run today. And moving on to our 9-year-old girls, they're just getting set and ready to go. Lane 1, O'Halloran from Mossman. Lane 2, Chapman from Holsworthy. Lane 3, Driscoll Simpson from Erskineville. Lane 4, Cam from Mascot. Lane 5, Bryson Manu from Lidcombe. Lane 6, Arthur from Fairfield. Lane 7, Murray Verdon from Wallara. Lane 8, Owusu Akayampong from Preston. Lane 9, Bustani from Punchbowl. And 10 is Nanai from Mount Pritchard.
So Akimpong certainly be one to watch there. Owusu Akimpong, along with Bryson Manu, who does have the fastest seed time here. 16.53, but this is a very tight field in terms of those seed times. The entire spread is less than 0.3 of a second. So this is going to come right down to the wire. And in terms of our second sectional final, which is to follow this one, Leela Parsons. Now, she did break the record for the 8-year-old girls last year. So she's certainly one to watch coming up after this particular race. Her seed time, of course, in at 15.26. So it's a very, very tidy second heat. And up on to those marks they step now. So just Owusu Akimpong utilising the starters block. Off and running now. Very good start made there from O'Halloran. Bryson Manu has a bit of work to do and takes a little bit of time to get into gear here. But also looking very nice at the moment is Murray Verdon. Murray Verdon out in front and still holding firm here. Oh, it's going to be tight at the line. I think Murray Verdon held on, though, just ahead of Layla Chapman. The time, 15.85. It's pretty quick once again. So Chloe Lynn has the record in this particular age group, the girls 9-year-olds, with 15.13. But I'm going to say Chapman has taken that just in time. Potentially, Murray Verdon, my apologies, she was just in front of the work of Chapman. So here it is again on the replay. Murray Verdon here in the maroon strip. And yes, Murray Verdon will get it in the end with Chapman back in second, and then just on her outside, O'Halloran in for third at the moment. But the time, of course, that's the all-important thing, 15.85.
And the next race, the next heat that we have coming through, we have Bates from Panania. Lane 2, Barnett Palmer from North Ryde. Lane 3, Freeman from Menai. Lane 4, Lewis from Cronulla. 5 is Parsons from Como. 6 is Baker from Penshurst. 7, Govers from Caringbah. 8 is Toa from Daceyville. 9, McCarty, who's coming from Five Dock. And the final one in the field is Tomei from Greenacre.
And they are off and running here. So it looks like Bates is out of this one. And then Freeman also looking pretty good. But here we go. Leela Parsons. This is what we've been waiting for. She winds up, starts to break free. Oh, Parsons is going to win this one by a massive margin here. 15.08 if you don't mind. Another record. Parsons smashes it in 2024. Picks up another here in 2025. And look at her. She is pumped and a little bit puffed as well.
Didn't she do well? And the old record, the existing record was 15.13. So a great time today, 15.08. She'll be proud of that one.
Yeah, taking .05 off the record, of course. That's still to be confirmed, but looks like a golden run here for Leela Parsons. And speaking of records as well, we just had some information come through. The girls' shot put here. A new record set by Peace Chuck Woody with a total meterage of 10.2 metres in the girls' 12 years shot put. That's massive, and I can tell you now, I still can't throw that far.
Now we have our boys 9-year-olds lining up. They've got 5 competitors. We have Everson from Hunters Hill, a student from Drummoyne, Janua from Moorebank, Tembu from Preston, and Gooch from North Ryde. And just while they're getting ready to go, we have another record in the high jump. Primary girls, Katerina Cheferina from Miranda. She's done a 1.43 metres. That's incredible. So well done for that.
Off and running now. Good start made here from Janua, who looks pretty strong. He has the lead at the moment. Mika Temba also coming for him, but this is all about Janua at the moment, who's got a good 3 metres on the rest of the field. Janua's going to take it, followed by Temba, and then back towards lane 4. Oscar Everson just diving, got there in time. Good run across the board, 15.76 popping up here for Domenico Janua. His seed time was 16.05, still well and truly off the record though, at 15.76 the time to beat in section 1 of 3. Section 2 of 3 coming up.
Yeah, and we have in this one Peter Ikari from Punchbowl in lane 2, Chambers from Botany. We have Roche from Ashbury, Kanza from Preston, Scott from Daceyville is in lane 5, Prestia from Austral, El Hayek from Georges Hall in lane 8, and Salas is in lane 9. He is coming from Concord West.
So Salom Kanza, he is the quickest qualifier here, 15.44 popping up. So that time would be good enough to beat what we've just seen there from Janua. So they're up onto the starters line now. Set. Oh, left a little bit early there, did our man from Austral. That was Vincenzio Prestia. So they'll come back. Of course, at this age group, there's no automatic disqualification when you're leaving a little bit early. Just get a talking to. There comes the stern word. It's almost like you've been caught stealing the chocolate bar out of the pantry.
Given a little bit of a warning, and then we try again.
So here we go. Second time, hopefully the charm here for these athletes. Section 2 of 3. Good start. Oh, a little bit flat-footed, though, was Kanza. Now, he's the favourite for this one. He wasn't quite ready. Off they go. Aston Scott's in front. Plenty of work to do here for Kanza. Scott at the moment holding firm. Now a late push from Roach, but it's going to be an excellent run here from Aston Scott, who takes it the time 14.72. Oh, that's fast. That's more than a second quicker than our first one. So Aston Scott in the box seat here for gold.
And then we're moving into section 3. So this one we've actually got 3 different sections for our 9-year-old boys. We have from Lane Cove, Haycraft. From in lane 3, Pierre Boom from Como. We have Hall from Lane Cove, Cooper from Engadine, Denez from Menai, Green from Menai, Scott, who is from Daceyville, and Russell from Carringbarton. There are some fast times in this one, so it'll be interesting to see how quickly they go.
Well, Charles Cooper is the one to watch here out of Engadine, so he's in the green top. Now, there again on the replay is Aston Scott, who just motored home. Terrific run from him. I feel a little bit sorry for Kanza. He wasn't quite ready to go. It was a very quick restart. He did actually have the fastest seed time coming in. And the boys here for section 3 of 3, well, this is their now second false start, so they'll have to come back. They're very eager. But the gauntlet has been laid here by Aston Scott. 14.72 the time to beat for gold. Charles Cooper, the only one with a faster seed time coming into this one. 14.7, but everybody's been breaking the seed time. And off they go now. Good start here as well from Charles Cooper, who's looking pretty strong, but so is Elliot Hall out in front at the moment. Hall has the margin here, just slightly on Charles Cooper. Oh, and he's pulling away as well. Cooper now comes back at him, looking pretty good though. In the end is Hall. I think it's going to be Hall in 14.49 who claims gold. What a run there from Elliot Hall.
And it looks like it was one of the Menno runners that came in second place.
And Jake Green, I think in the end it was, potentially Jacob Deans. Here it is again on the replay, but certainly it is Elliot Hall who takes it out. It's a late push here in the end from Jacob Deans, who just got in front of the work of Charles Cooper. So first there for Elliot Hall, his time is good enough, and then out of lane 6 there, Jacob Deans just getting in front. Then it's very tight, so it might actually come back to Aston Scott, of course. Keep in mind he ran 14.72. I think that'd be enough for him to at least push up into third, if not second. But 14.49 is good enough for gold. Elliot Hall will claim it.
And while we just have a little bit of a break into our next one, we have got another record. Some great things happening here down at Sydney Olympic Park. In the 9 years girls 100-metre dash, Lila Parsons from St Joseph's at Como has actually broken the record with a 15.08. So congratulations for that. Great effort today. And we're now moving into the girls 10-year-old category. There are 2 sections for this one. The first race that we have that we're about to get underway, we have McRae from Daceyville, Astonitis from Bonnyrigg, Nyo from Bonnyrigg, Kennedy from Sutherland, Younes from Greenacre, Rugendijk from Randwick North, Williams from Preston, Appley from Kensington, Vareka from Paddington, and Edgebuque from Preston. And these girls are chasing a 13.63 record, which was made by Mia Brown last year.
We'll get to see her in a little bit of time as well. She's racing in section 2 of 2 in the girls 11-year-olds. Also get to see last year's record holder from the under-9s, Chloe Lynn, up after this race. So that's another one to watch here. But in terms of the fastest qualifying times, it's actually joint here between Eunice and Francesca Rugendijk. Now, Rugendijk has done some wonderful things in little athletics as well. So from my limited experience, I'm probably backing her in for this particular event. Still to beat Chloe Lynn, of course, who has a tremendous time coming into this one. 14.71. She is, in fact, the only runner with a sub-15-second seed time. So she's going to be tough to beat in section 2 of 2, but Rugendijk looking likely out of lane 6 here. Isabel Eunice, though, with an equal time at 15.94, and then don't count out Isa Kennedy either, 15.98. But as we've seen so far, quite literally anything can happen.
And looks like we've got a few little gaps there as well. Looks like we haven't got all of our runners there
Off
today.
and running now. Good start made here. So it was pretty strong from McRae, Astonitis and Go, but also Eunice now looking pretty strong, moving through that middle. In fact, there is no Rugendijk in this race. So as it stands, really working beautifully. Oh, that's a solid run out of lane 3. Aria Go got there first, and the time at 15.74. It's a good one. A little off that record, and certainly outside of Chloe Lynn's seed time, but well done to Aria Ngo.
And the Section 2 group of girls, they're also quickly getting ready. And we have Barakat from Summerhill, Michelizzi from Ashbury, Gable Boxmarty from Caringbah, Fan from Regent's Park, Lynn from Penshurst, Takea from Auburn, Murphy from Caringbah, Johnson from Bosley Park, Peraz from Cogra, and Lubjetic from North Ryde.
So there is Chloe Lynn there with the 2 pink ribbons in the hair. She has the record for the under 9s. So she set that last year with the time of 15.13. Now, for reference, that 15.13 here would have already beaten that time that we just saw from Aria Ngo. So she's very quickly getting to her top speed in these 100-metre dashes and really doesn't take her foot off the pedal either. So Chloe Lynn now, last person back onto the blocks. Up they step now. Set. And then leaving a touch early there, just a little bit wider. That was Indy Murphy. Hands to the face there, but fortunately for her, nothing other than a little talking to, and we'll be able to continue once more here. So once more onto the mark. Set. Racing, good start made, especially out of lane 3 there from Gable Box Marty. So there's a bit of work to do for Fan and Lynn, but now Lynn begins to hit her stride. Look at the power from Chloe Lynn right up through the middle, pulling away from Fan. Oh, that's a good run, 14.53. Little bit quicker than, of course, her seed time. It's not going to break the record, but that was always Chloe Lynn's race. Gold to Lynn, likely a silver there for Kimberly Fan. Bronze has a few more question marks over it, of course, given Ngo's run in the first section, but it's all smiles for Chloe Lynn.
It's nice seeing down there all the hugs, all the high fives. That's a great thing to see down here. We're now moving on to the 10-year-old boys, and we have in our first one of two of these races, we have Sadler from Maroubra, Fu from Maroubra Junction, Semenek from Preston, Darbo from Bankstown, Borg from Bonnyrigg, Carlos from Marrickville, Dodds from Hunters Hill, Lee from Ryde, Nunez from Croydon, and Lopresti from Carnes Hill. Record today is 13.30. And that was actually made by Lachlan Chappell. That's a runner who dominated down here at Sydney Olympic Park for many years. He's off to secondary school now, though.
Off they go now. Good start made here. Really strong, in fact, from Zane Semenek, who looks extremely good at the moment. Out in front by about 3 or 4 metres. Late push now from Nephi Sadler. And now they all start to catch up to him. Oh, what a finish that is out of lane 6. Lachlan Carlos. Well, that was a terrific final 50 metres. He came from the clouds. He was back in the pack and then just set sail. So 14.9 in the end is the official time. I thought it was going to be 15, but confirmed as 14.9. And that is a strong time to try and beat here.
And in the next 100, we have, this is section 2 of 2, we have Poker from Mascot, Simononian from Marsfield, Pelham from Engadine, Baloney from Enfield, Dawson from Engadine, Giovenco from Sutherland, Charlie from Earlwood, Zachnick from Miranda, Kirane from Malabar, and Kim from Fairfield.
Set now. Well, a little stumble from a few of them, so they'll have to come back and reset here. Set once more. Racing, clean start this time. Giovenco got away beautifully. So did Dawson. It's a two-man race at the moment as they start to head towards that halfway point. What a run this is from Dawson. Winding up. There's some pressure coming from Baloney. Baloney might just squeeze in at second, but what a run from Dawson, who claims that with relative ease. 14.06 the time coming up. But it was brilliant from the get-go from the St John's Bosco Engadine student.
And great work to all of our boys, 10-year-olds. So looks like we'll still have to watch and see who is the main finisher, but some great times today.
And well, Dawson, of course, first. Baloney might have just got there in time of Giovenco, so we'll wait for confirmation on that one. But congratulations to Caleb Dawson. Gold there in the boys' 10s.
And now we're moving on to the girls' 11-year-olds. So we have Adams from Mascot, Akaba from Preston, Murphy from Mortlake, Cornegg from Cronulla, Friend from Marsfield, Monturi from Five Dock, Luchnik from Georges Hill, Simonetti from Maroubra, Camus from Mossman, and Jamison Wood from Padstow.
In terms of the fastest seed times, that belongs to Sophie Friend out of Marsfield, 15.27. Not too far in behind, though, from lane 6, Cara Monturi, 15.32. And, of course, Scout Koenig, who Little Athletics viewers would be very familiar with her work. She's in lane 4 with the third fastest seed time, 15.35. Great to have your company here today on Sydney Catholic Schools. Live from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. It's Montori there in the red. Friend further to the Right-hand side of the screen, she has the fastest seed time, and Scout Koenig with the light blue. Little stumble, but they'll clear that one to continue. Akabar got away beautifully, and now some good speed here from Cara Montori. Montori applying the most amount of pressure here on Akabar, who's still in front. Now Montori starts to get into the lead herself. It's going to be tight. Oh, it's very tight indeed. I think Akabar held on, though, in 15.05. She got away the best of the lot, and in the end, our two quickest seed times, well, they were left in the dust a touch here. So that's going to be very tight. We'll see if we can get another look here between Montori and Akabar, but I think Akabar took it. 15.05 the time. In the meantime, we'll take a look at Section 2.
In Section 2, we have Beer from Ride, Porter from Ulsh Ramwick, Sanhuza Leisha from Ramwick as well, Shardlow from Como, Brown from Caringbah, Kane from Gaimea, Balsamo from Menai, Calvert from Holsworthy, Lundono, also from Holsworthy, and Angelo from Hunters Hill. And the fastest runner in this one is Mia Brown from Caringbah.
Of course, she holds the record for the under-10s girls. There it is again, all finishing very quickly there. Akabar, I still think, has it at the moment, 15.05, but in terms of Mia Brown, the only sub-14-second time here, 13.5. Now, if she runs anywhere near that, she'll go close to breaking the record. Of course, holds the record in the 10-year-old girls. 13.63 that time on that occasion. A little bit quicker her seed time coming into this one, but given the form that we've seen from every runner so far, you'd imagine that'll actually get pushed a little bit further. So Isla Beer on that inside lane. Porter, lane 2. Sennheiser Leisha of lane 3. Desmond Shardlow there in the black top. She's in lane 4, and there is Brown just a little behind the starter's block at the moment with those fluoro shoes. Up she goes now, so on to the mark. Set. And then leaving a little bit early there was Shardlow. Once more onto the mark. Set. Well, another little bobble there from Shardlow. That's twice now that she's faltered just as they were about to get underway. I'll have to have a chat with her, you'd imagine now. Just a little peering eye, the gaze coming through. Third time the charm potentially. Up they go once again. Set. This time all clear. Brown got away beautifully and straight away winds up. Look at her just pull away from the rest of the field. This is massive from Brown, who continues to increase the margin. It's out by 10 metres. This is certainly looking like a record pace. 13.22 pushing through. Obliterates the work of Lana Bozic from last year. And Brown actually pulled up well before the line. That could have been even quicker. What a run from the Caringbah student.
Didn't she look like she enjoyed that too? What a great finish.
That was massive from Mia Brown. We'll take a look at this again on the replay, and we'll get you across who's coming through in second and third as well. But Mia Brown well and truly claiming gold. Look at this by a massive margin. Then out of lane 6, just in behind her, Stevie Kane will get across for the silver. It's a good run as well from Kane. And that's going to be significantly quicker than any of the work from Montori or Akabar in the previous section. So well done, though, to Mia Brown. Another record falling here today.
And congratulations to all those 11-year-old girls. And we're moving on to the boys now. And we have 2 heats in this one. We have Sade from Punchbowl, Rollo from Waverley, Kirk from Belfield. We have Galea from Horsley Park, Best from Preston, Kennedy from Ramwick, Haifa from Greenacre, Solfaro from Bonnyrigg, Havbon from Matraville, and Joyner from Paddington. And the top seed there is Best from Preston. Let's see if he can do his best. So he had a 14.68.
That's a good time. There's a few of them, though, with sub 15 seconds. Of course, Lachlan Chappell, though. We talk about some of these incredible performers, such as Lachlan Wheeler. I don't think we've ever seen a more dominant primary school student than Lachlan Chappell. From memory as well, he's in the representative soccer team, league team, Oztag team, and he's broken just about every record he's ever tried to touch here at Olympic Park.
And 2 older sisters as well, who also were incredible athletes. So I think it's in the family, that talent. And let's see if we can break it today. That would be a bit of a push, but let's see how we go.
So Best and Galea, the 2 quickest here, alongside Max Kennedy. Set. Racing. A little bit of a sluggish start out of lane 4, but Xavier Kirk got away beautifully. Now wider still. It's looking pretty strong here from Sulfuro and also Haifa. Kennedy also looking pretty good, but still with Xavier Kirk, who's in front, and it looks like he might hang on. Oh, it's incredibly tight at the line. Well, Kirk might have been pipped there. He had the lead for the bulk of it. There is Xavier Kirk on screen.
But Kennedy was pushing him too, wasn't he?
He certainly was. We'll have another look here. So Kirk has it for the bulk of this race, and then they all push through late. Yeah, Kennedy was coming through, but I think on his outside it was Best as well. Best and Hafer had a good shot. Well, honestly, that's too close to call. I still think it might be Kirk that holds on. Here it is one more time. Kirk getting right toward the line. Oh, wow. Well, take a pick. I think maybe Best and Kennedy.
I'm glad it's us not making the final decisions there.
Oh, wow. That's incredibly tight. In fact, it might even be Haifa. Haifa in front of Kennedy. So it's Best, Haifa, Kennedy, all neck and neck and neck. Kirk also there. So, wow.
And we've still got another race to go in this age group. So we've got Hancock from Bosley Park, Newens from Menai, Melik from Five Dock, Crouch from Miranda, Garland from Riverwood, Small from Caringbah, Kelly from Des Moines, Govers from Caringbah, Contalolis from Randwick, and Bates from Panania. And I have to give a special shout out to Lucas Garland from Riverwood. That's the school I'm principal at. So he's our top-seeded runner for this race.
A little bit of bias coming in from Diane Cowan, but don't worry about that. Here they go now, set. Working off nicely. Good start made here from Melik, and then also Garland looking pretty strong. But here comes Sam Kelly, who's also firing on all cylinders. Kelly's out in front. He's being pursued here from Melik, but I think Kelly's going to claim this. Yes, he will. What a run from Kelly. 13-7. In the end, poor Lucas Garland never really featured. That was extremely powerful.
That was a
from
quick
St.
run.
Mark's Drummoyne, Sam Kelly.
And a 13.7 there. Good, quick time.
Of course, nowhere near Lachlan Chappell's record, though, which was basically 12 seconds flat. Speaking of records, though, of course, Mia Brown, as we mentioned before, she broke a new one. Initially, we had it down as 13.22. It's a little bit slower than that, 13.25, but nonetheless, still a record, so well done to Mia Brown.
And we're now moving on to our girls, 12-year-olds, and 2 sections here. We have, lane 1, we have Diaz from Preston, Tuong Vo from Sefton, New Marta from Liverpool, Hagen Mueller from Menai, Keeley from Ryde, Ingram from Clavelli, David from Meadowbank, Brights from Carnshill, Aln from Ashbury, Perkov from Carnshill, and Catalado from Preston.
Let's take another look here. So Kelly first, and then just in behind. It's the third one that we're really looking at here, though. Oh, still extremely tight to have a look at there. It could have potentially been Garland and Crouch vying for it, but Killian at first, Hunter Small it looks like for second, and then maybe even Melik potentially in front of Garland. So I think Melik or Crouch the most likely for third there, but of course the results will be populated on the website, so you'll get the most up-to-date reference point there. What you're seeing in front of us, it's just our eyes trying to tell you. Once again, Diaz, Tuong Vo, Iamata, Hagen Mueller, Keeley, Ingram, David, Brits, Aoun, Perkov, and Cataldo in this one. So 11 lanes being occupied. Just having a quick look to see if we do have any scratchings. Looks like potentially Diaz might be out of lane 1.
And we have a quick record here, 12.92. And that was made last year by Rose May.
A heck of a run in terms of the fastest seed time here. That belongs to Hagen Mueller. Out of Menai, 14.88, but quite literally 0.01 of a second in front of Sienna Keeley from Ryde. There is Keeley now just putting her starting block on the deck in those bright pink boots. Hagamula just on her right-hand side at the moment in the all blue. And Charlotte Ingram also with a sub 15-second time. So those are the only three in this race with the sub 15. Charlotte is in the yellow top at the moment, right in the middle of the screen. So anticipating a nice little three-way battle potentially here between Hagamula, Keeley and Ingram. Outside of that, it's Nia Marta, who's also reasonably quick there, just stretching out the quads. Coming up after this one, we'll have section 2 of 2 in our timed 100-metre dash final, and the fastest there will be Lana Bozic. Now, of course, she had the record for the under-11s. That was just bested by Mia Brown. So previously she ran 13.3 coming into this one. The seat time's actually a little slower than the record that she set last year. But I'd imagine, again, based on how we've seen these seat times fluctuating a fair bit, there's been much quicker runs compared to the seat time so far today. So you'd imagine Bozic will shave a little bit of extra time off that one, maybe even look for a sub 13-second time, which that would put her around about that record mark. So up they go now. Set. A little bit of a preemptive start there, and once more they'll come back to the blocks. We've seen a fair bit of this, Diane.
Yeah, whether it's nerves or who knows what, but there definitely have been a few false starts, bit of movement.
Let's see if they are under control now. So back onto the blocks they go. Keeley in the white. Hagamula in that light blue from lane 4, the quickest, and gets away quite nicely here, but none better than Charlotte Ingram, who has the lead at the moment. Good pushback, though, from Nia Marta, who now takes off. Nia Marta's powering forward. Where has this come from? This is a massive effort from Nia Marta, who will cross in 14.1. That's a good time from her. She shaves off an entire second from her seed time, and she jumped perfectly on that occasion. So here it is again, Nia Marta with a strong finish. Ingram coming through in at second, and then just in front of Sienna Keeley. But 14.1 the time to beat. That's been set by Nia Marta.
And then we have the second heat, and we've got some fast times in this one. We have Soden Smith from Sydney, SM Sydney, Jones from Hunters Hill, Heffernan from Cronulla, Bozic from Sutherland, Barlas from Miranda, Laplam from Moorebank, Sadik from Ramwick, Kuisi from Maroubra Junction, and Hickey from Leichhardt.
And of course, Randwick took out the 4x100 metre relay a little early this morning. Sadik had the final leg of that and performed quite strongly. There she is, just attending to her starting block at the moment. And that's Kuisi just on her outside there. Having a very close look at what Sadik's doing there with the blocks. So Sadik now right in the middle of the screen. Of course, finished that last leg of the 4x100 metre relay heat very, very well, claiming gold as part of a strong team performance. The one to watch, though, is out of lane 4 now. That's Lana Bozic. So she's out there in, I believe, the light blue top with the... In fact, no, it might be the yellow. Yeah, there it is there, just waving to us right now. So it's almost as if she can hear us here, Bozic. But she has the record from the under-11s. Let's see if she can back it up with a new record here on the 12s. All smiles at the moment. I think there might be something about the pink ribbons. We saw that from Chloe Lynn, and that was a first-place performance as well.
You're going to invest in some, are you? It might come in handy.
As I said, I'm a man of superstition. I like my little rituals before a game back in the day. I used to put the marks of my 2 dogs. So I had Spud, and in his ear, it actually meant that he was neutered, I found out later. But it was like a Saturn sort of mark with little dots in the 2 circles. So who's used to have that? Anyway, they're on the blocks now. Bozic away with a good start here and already beginning to power forward. Oh, this is good from Bozic. She wants a record. She's hungry for it. Starts to pull away. Here's a great little pushback, though, coming from Barlos. But ultimately, it will be Bozic that takes it. Good time, 13:38. Raises the arms in triumph. It's good enough to get in front of Niamata. And I dare say, just in behind her, Georgia Barlos will claim silver overall. But I think Niamata still in with a good chance of snagging the bronze. 14:1 was her time. So there it is again. Terrific work from Lana Bozic. Georgia Barlos in there at second. There is the Sutherland student. Very happy with her efforts there. And I dare say, I think Niamata might have done enough to just snag bronze. But well done to the girls as we've now moved to the boys' 12-year-olds.
And in the first of two races, we have Piccinelli from Hunters Hill, Azzy from Punchbowl, Wilkinson from Mossman, Onwu Sone from Bankstown Central, Ma Mary from Bankstown Central as well, Young from Ashfield, Hoang from Marrickville, Cesaro from Croydon, and Lewis from North Sydney.
In terms of the fastest qualifiers, it's actually quite literally a dead heat here. 14:22 for both Joseph Marmary and Amir Young. They're in lanes 5 and 6 respectively. Of course, the record time here, Cruz Monza, 12:72. Now that's very quick. It's not quite Lachlan Chapel quick, but it's still very, very fast.
And given our seed times from across the two different heats here, it looks like it'll be a tricky one to beat, but nonetheless, I'm sure they'll be trying their very best.
Of course, the one then to watch in our follow-up in section 2 of 2, that would be James Katsabis, 13:13 for him. That one could potentially bring Monzen's record under threat. Not quite sure how strong the wind is today, but we've definitely seen quicker times across the board, so I'm suggesting there is a little bit of a tailwind for these runners here. But they are up onto their marks now. A bit of a scratching here out of lane 5. That would be Marmary, and so he's not involved, and as a result, Amir Young looking really good at the moment. He's out in front. Young by around about 2 metres. Then Wilkinson also pushing strongly. Wilkinson's going to be overtaken, though, and then there's a little fist pump at the line from Amir Young. 13:78. Good time from him. Shaves off once again about half a second. So he has the overall lead. In fact, that might be Andy Huang, is it? Let's have another look at this. No, that is Amir Young. Unless he's changed lanes. I think he might have changed lanes at some point there. I think that actually is Huang, but well, that could be an issue for him because he's finished in the wrong lane.
I'm sure the officials will be straight onto that one.
Well, we know they had a bit of a gap there because there was a few scratchings, so they've taken liberties with it. Hopefully it doesn't become an undoing for him, but yeah, that's one to watch.
Well, while they're sorting that out, we have got the other final that is being set up as we speak, and in that we have Gersio from Revesby, Slater from Caringbah, Thomas Benny from Menai, Costa from Matraville, Katsabis from Moorebank, Hubbard from Hurstville, Lee from Cabramatta, Scarcella from Malabar, Van Dyke from Sutherland, and Smith from North Ryde.
So, of course, Katsabis, the fastest qualifier here, 13:13. 13:78 is the man to beat. It's either Amir Young or Andy Huang. There was a little bit of confusion with lanes being swapped. Like you're seeing there in the red, that's Ethan Costa. Now, he'll have a good shake of this too. Costa got away beautifully, but Katsabis also looking very powerful here to begin things. Katsabis now, as they get to that halfway point, he's in front by a metre or two, continuing to push for Katsabis, is going to claim it. Good run. Oh, 12:93. That's very quick. Katsabis well and truly wrapping up the gold. It won't break the record of Cruz Monzon, but what a run from James Katsabis. 12:93 flashing up on the board.
And it looks like it was a Malabar athlete that came second, Scarcella, and possibly Costa from Matchville in third.
There was a very strong finish there from, as you said, Scarcella. So he'll claim second, and Costa indeed confirmed in at third for that one. I think all those times should be fast enough to get in front of the work there of either Young or Huang, whoever it might have been in the end. And Diane, we haven't actually given you a crack at the hundreds yet, so on you go.
Well, this is an interesting one. We have got here, it's written down as a combined heat. So we have the 13-year-old girls. It says event 34. I'm just double checking. It has only got 2 runners. So we've got... So
it looks like it might be a combination here of... Yeah, this is a very good question for you.
Banting from
Great
Reevesby
question.
and Newton from Punchbowl. But we've also got... It looks like we've got different runners there.
I think I've stitched you up here.
I
I've given
think you
you a
have.
crack and there's no information. Okay. Well, what we might do is we'll just leave you with pictures here because we're not sure who's in the race. So we're going to leave you with some pictures, but we won't be calling this particular race. Good luck to our athletes. We're not sure 100% who is in this field, though. So a final runner coming through now. We believe this is a multi-class event. We're not sure, of course, who the runners are, but well done to all of them, putting in a great performance here on one of the best venues in the world for athletics.
And it's great to see everybody out here having a go. We have lots of families, lots of people, spectators in the crowd cheering all our races on today. So thank you to everyone who's joined us out here today.
And there's going to be more combinations here as well, so we'll probably follow the same suit here. We'll leave you with the pictures and we'll pick things up when the race has completed. But we've got a number of combined events here. So in theory, what is coming up should be the 12 to 15 100-metre dash multi-class. Combined events of 4:10 and 4:12. But we've had a few changes here. Haven't necessarily been passed on to us here in the commentary booth, but great to see all the crowd out in support here today for family, friends, maybe sons and daughters, could be granddaughters and grandsons as well, but plenty of people here, 1,500 students, of course, and then all the parents and family piling in as well.
And beautiful conditions down here as well. A little bit windy, but the sun's still shining, so we're happy.
So this event here should be events 4:10 and 4:12 combined. So this is a combination of boys 12 to 15 100-metre multi-class and the boys 16 to 19 100-metre multi-class. Now, across the board, we should have Skylar Gova, Massimo Casino, Jacob Ide, Alex Eds, Ben Haddock, Eamon Liston, Alessandro Bellecci, Callum White and Ben Thomas. Now, lane ordering is an entirely different matter, but we just wanted to get that across. That's who, in theory, is in this race. We wish all of our runners the best of luck. We've got a number of them from Eileen O'Connor. That's in the aqua and yellow tops, for example. But again, with a vast array of lane changes here, it's not 100% clear, but I believe, in theory, lanes 1 through to 6 should be from event 412. So, theoretically, Ed's in the 1, but there is no runner in 1, so that's not going to help us. Ben Haddock should be in the 2. Eamon Liston in the 3. Alessandro Bellecci should be representing Bankstown in 4. Callum White from Eileen O'Connor in 5. And we have a vacancy here in the 6. And we're heading a little bit wider there for Gova, Casino and Ide. But they're off and running now. It's a really good start made here from what looks to be Alessandro Bellecci, who continues to march all the way downfield. In fact, he's eating up the metres here. Terrific run here from what looks to be Bellecci. Again, this is a mixture of bodies and different races, so it's a little bit hard to keep you across what's happening. But if that is indeed Alessandro, well done to him. And well done across the board here as now all of our runners cross the line. He's very confident too, this young man. Little wave of the finger, the wag at the camera.
And lots of high fives down there. It's lovely to see. Lots of happy families down on that finish line too.
It was a good run. He certainly took off 13.27 the time. So it's actually a tremendous time regardless. Now, if that is indeed the case, if it is from the boys 16 to 19, that would be a record. But if he's competing as the boys 12 to 15 here in the multi-class, would be 13.24. Now, I believe there's potentially still percentages to be applied, so there's a lot up in the air. So we're not going to try and tell you that is a record, but it could be. It could be. That's the simple thing.
All the records, all the results are displayed on our through Sydney Catholic Schools. So later on, you can go and have a look at all of those yourself.
Now, if you are wondering why we've seen so many records break, and of course, we're not actually using the wind gauge here today, but take a look at these cones that have come flying through. So there is a very strong tailwind behind these runners. Now, it hasn't been consistent, but it certainly is picking up at the moment. That would definitely help things as well. Now, once again, we've had a mesh of multiple events put through, so we'll take you through who we believe it is. It's meant to be a combined 4:13, 4:15 events. This, in theory, should be Mackenzie Moss, Roxy Cladera, Christiana Manus, Zoe McManus, and then also Aurelia Ferrugia, Natasha Wong, Sophia Logdy, Emmeline Day, Tempe Anderson-Smith, Paulina Alias, and Alina Aziz. But as you can see there, certainly not the case, so we will leave you with the pictures. So a couple of our runners coming through now. Another one pushing through. Well done out of lane 9, and then great scenes here as well with our final runner being assisted by 2 of our aides here today. And heading all the way up towards the finish line. Well done across the board.
And you can't hear it from home, or you may be able to, but there are plenty of people standing and applauding these athletes as they're finishing the line. It's great to see the pride around the stadium today.
And all smiles as well there from the assistants.
They got a bit of a run themselves.
Indeed, now they're all faster than me. I've had 4 ACL reconstructions and I still need another one. So there's not much running coming from me. I just run my mouth here in the box.
You do well with that. Now, we're not too sure who the next ones are, but nonetheless.
Theoretically, this should be event 414, the boys 8 to 10 100-metre multi-class dash. Again, there's a lot of scratchings, for example. There's a lot of shifting about for these runners. So I think we'll just leave you with pictures in the meantime until we have somebody coming through from the officials telling us exactly what the go is. I'll leave you with vision of our multi-class athletes for the next few minutes. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for the Sydney Catholic Schools Pre to Post Athletics Championships 2025. Picking up the action here with the girls 12-year-olds 100-metre dash secondary. This is section 2 of 2. Chuck Woody out there from lane 2. Trajewski, one of our real quick customers, has won multiple events in the relays over the past few years, but up to her own task here today and got off a little bit slowly on that occasion. Donnelly got away beautifully, though. Emma Leon also looking very strong now. Leon starts to pull away. This is strong from Leon. All the way through the middle and across the line in 13.5. So it's another good run there from Emma Leon, who will do enough to claim the gold ahead of Donnelly. And then it looks like Trajewski in for the bronze. All smiles for Emma Leon, who will take out the 12 girls 100-metre dash.
And we're now on to the boys 100-metre dash, the 12-year-old boys. We have Boateng from Liverpool, Gostala from Five Dock, Dabna from Penshurst, Inga from Penshurst, Sayed from St Vincent's, Coitz from Five Dock, Kumar from Auburn, and Diola from Hoxton Park.
Also worth pointing out as well that we saw a record in the boys 1,300-metre primary. That was from Max Bacaldo out of St Mark's Drummoyne, 14.9 the time he ran, shaving just 0.02 off the previous record set by Lucas Pereira back in 2023. So well done to Max. And I believe we're now pushing double digits for records so far today, Diane.
It's certainly lots of things on show today. Now, it looks like we've got a couple of gaps here in this race.
Yeah, so absentees in 1s and 2. And Boateng there is... In fact, I should say in 1 and 10. Boateng is indeed there in the 2. Guastella next to him with the curls there. And Dabag, our tall man in the black and red. Zachary Inga just next to him. So it looks like we might actually have a scratching here for Saad. And then Coitz and Kumar. So that looks like what it is here. Kumar, of course, running out of TC Auburn. This is section 1 of 2, and of course, Skelton will once again be the man to watch. In section 2 of 2, he's already had a couple of big runs so far today. Of course, after we wrap up with the hundreds here, we'll then begin to move to our 200-metre finals. That's set to commence at around about 12:45. Seems that we're running reasonably on time here today. The wind really picking up here, though, at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. I've just seen a couple of pages whipped up and now spewing around. Oh, it's nearly hit one of our runners in the head. Do you remember that movie back from the early 2000s, like a plastic bag caught in an updraft? I don't quite remember what movie it was, but there was a very famous scene.
Forrest Gump, wasn't it?
There definitely is a scene with that in there, but there's some sort of weird worship of the bag in this other movie. I don't know what movie it is. I'm going to have to search it. If you know at home, somehow write in. Let us know.
Well, our poor officials in front of us, the wind's hitting them. They've just lost piles and piles of paperwork, so all happening down here.
Yeah, well, look, this is probably the fastest I've seen anyone move, and we've seen 10 records break, and they're just chasing paper.
They're getting set, these races now.
So up they go here now. Boateng with a pretty decent start, but back on the inside, Dabag got away beautifully. Dabag now working very well. Kumar also started quite strongly, but Dabag is well and truly out in front here by about 2 or 3 metres, increasing that margin. We'll keep pushing all the way to the line. 13.82 popping up. A good run there from Nicholas Dabag. So Albert Job, of course, the man with the record, 12.37. He's not running in this age group. We might see him a little bit later, though. Dabag getting a big pat on the back there by his schoolmate, Zachary Inga.
And then we've got our section 2. The boys are just getting themselves ready. We have Anthony from Lewisham, Thamar Vonska from Austral, Skelton from Ryde, Burley from North Shore, Lynn from Penshurst, Thayatiti from Fairfield, Georges from Randwick, and Fabrice from Sutherland.
So lanes 1 and 10 are spare. We're just taking a quick look to see if anybody is absent from this one, but certainly Dimitri Anthony is out there. There's John Skelton representing Holy Cross right now. He has the third fastest qualifying time. Joshua Burley is the man to beat, though. He's in the navy and red. Just on his outside, Ian Lynn also very quick with the second fastest qualifying. Up onto the mark now. Set. Racing. Very good start made here from Ian Lynn. Lynn's out in front and just steaming away now. Work to do for Joshua Burley to try and bridge the gap. Lynn is being caught here. Oh, Burley finds another gear and gets in front right at the line. 12.63. That's very quick. It's just outside of record time, but what a run there from Joshua Burley. Lynn made sure that he had to work very hard.
And how did they compare to that first race?
Well and truly quicker. 13.82 was the previous time. This one clocking in at 12.63, so it is indeed gold for Joshua Burley. Great run. Ian Lynn, though, tremendous start. Really had to mow him down, and then Skelton also finished quite strongly. But congratulations to Joshua Burley with the goal.
Interesting. You spoke about the pink ribbons before. He had the pink shoes, so maybe we're onto something here. Maybe you and I need to deck ourselves out better.
I've said this before, Diane. If you're wearing something flashy and bright, you've got to back it up with a flashy performance.
Well, he certainly did. And we're moving on to the girls now. The girls are just getting themselves sorted there, all the blocks coming out. So we have Hatton from Milpera, Sete from Milpera as well, Tololo from Liverpool, Reed from Hurstville, Mendez from Hurstville, Lemura from Five Dock, Coleman from Five Dock, and Campuris from Marrickville.
So Toy Lolo is out of this one. Also no Lemura, it looks like. So we've got Reed and Mendez in the middle there. Hatton and Sete on the right-hand side. Coleman, Campuris on this left-hand side. So good start made here from Coleman. Also Mendez and Reed. It's between Reed and Mendez at the moment. Reed has just a slender little margin here. It's going to be very tight between the pair of them from Hurstville, but it will be Reed who just gets in front of Alexia Mendez. The time 13.88 popping up, well and truly away from the previous record set by Divine Chuckwoody, 12.52. There's that one from last year. And of course, still our quicker section to come in theory.
And we have those racers who are just getting themselves ready. And we have Nair from Engadine, Lomo Stewart from Maroubra, Yayadom from Bankstown, Lawrence from Waverley, May from Menai, Toshak from North Shore, Bowden also from North Shore, McIntosh from Burraneer, and Saman from Woolwich.
So Marnie Lawrence with the fastest seed time here, 12.79. If she runs in that range, it will put a bit of pressure on the record. Spandale Yidom also with a pretty decent time, but still about half a second away from the work of Marnie Lawrence. So Lawrence is there in her own top. Up she steps. Next to her, of course, Yidom in those bright pink boots. And it looks like Riley Nair is out of lane 2. So Lomu Stewart is the furthest racer away from the camera position on that right-hand side. Set now. Good start made here from Yeardom. Lawrence has a bit of work to do and then straight away does it. Gets in front and now starts to pull away from the rest of the field. This is a big performance from Marnie Lawrence, who has the gold beckoning and just falling outside of Divine Chuckwoody's record. But what a run that was from the Waverley student. There she is, Marnie Lawrence with the gold to her name.
And she's looking very happy about that too.
And it's all smiles there from Lawrence. Eardom started very well, but Lawrence, once she hit into top gear, it was game over very quickly. So Lawrence with the gold as we move on to event 41.
And the boys are getting themselves ready there. It's the boys' 13-year-olds 100-metre dash. So we have Brown from Five Dock, Lee from St Mary's at Sydney, Eunice from Punchbowl, Govers from Cronulla, O'Gorman from Penshurst, Haddad from Auburn, Makluf from St Vincent's, and Rostovsky from Austral.
We've had the boys 12 pop up there on the screen, but this is definitely the boys 13, just if you are watching at home. So Rostovsky out there for Austral in that light green. That's a good way to always tell them. And a great deal of Austral runners running around, but it's a very notable outfit that they do wear. So section 1 of 2, the final here. Govers and O'Gorman. The two to watch, 13:41, their respective seed times. Joshua Haddad also waiting for his chance. They'll get off quite nicely here, and straight away it's a good effort from Marcus Lee, who's out in front at the moment, but now a good push here from Haddad, who starts to pull away from the rest of the field along with O'Gorman, and O'Gorman will take that in the end. Haddad just fading in the second half of that race, but O'Gorman, very strong performance. Sets the time at 13:07, well and truly off the mark of Jacob Kopp, who ran 11:54, which is very quick last year.
That's a very quick time, and I'm looking at our seed times for our next group. Not quite at that point, but certainly nice quick times coming through. So we have in the next race, Calibi Barkas from Cogra, England from Liverpool, Claire from Sydney, Job from Sydney as well, Miegpat Gu from Austral, Edwards from Cogra, Sislocci from Austral, and Millwood from Ramwick.
Well, Albert Job is undoubtedly the man to watch here. Coming into this one, he has the record from the 12-year-olds, 12.37, so that's very quick in his qualifying time here. Also very, very sturdy. So 12.34 coming into this one, of course, the record itself, 11.54. So he's going to have to be very, very quick, Jacob Kopp. One of those real superstars coming through these young ranks. Looks like we have a scratching here for Saloki. And now off and running, here they go. Job starts very strongly. Job begins to pull away, but also being chased here by Mabegu. Mabegu can't quite get him. Job putting in a terrific performance here. Will hold on and take it. 12.07. It's very fast. It's just outside of record time. 0.13 in the end, but there's a wry little smile there from Job. He knows what a great job he did.
And a high five from his teammate too, who I think came in third place actually. So a good effort there.
It's Job in first, Mabegu in second. I think you're right. Then pushing through, Teddy Clare just getting in front of some fast finishers, including Sebastian Edwards, who of course got him a little earlier, Sebastian Edwards, in the 400.
And now we're moving on to the girls' 14-year-olds. They're quick coming through these races. We have, in the first of two heats, we have Omakaro from Austral, Byrne from Engadine, Carbone from Woolwich, Amide from Woolwich, Jean Louis from Bonnyrigg, Wright from Woolwich, Arenat from Bankstown, and Baroni from Bonnyrigg.
I'll tell you what, I'm throwing you to the flames here, to the wolves, Diane. Give us a call.
No,
they're banging for it at home.
You're good. You're quick. You're quick with the names here.
Trying to stitch her up. Fine. Here we go. We're back into it. So a couple of scratchings here. Looks like one of them is Carbone. So that is Lillian Amidi out there for lane 5, 14.18. That is the quickest seat time. Take a look at that record. Ruth Ifajika, 12.10. Extremely fast. The closest in terms of seat times across the board here for both sections is 13.53, so it's 1.5 seconds slower than the record. Here they go this time. Standing start on that occasion for Amide, and now really working nicely is Ainsley Wright. Wright starts to get in front of them. Good fight back here from Isabella Jean-Lewis, and now also pushing through is Amide. Jean-Lewis will take it though. The time 13.77, just in front of Amide, who came very much into her own in the final sort of 20 metres. She was a little bit sluggish from the start, but Jean Lewis will set the standard here, 13.77.
And then going into the second of these two heats, we have Peterson from Menai, Luce from Maroubra, Boyle Reniga from Maroubra, Scully from Five Dock, Osman from Ramwick, Kehoe from Ramwick, Curry from Burraneer, and Hartup from Burraneer as well.
Isla Scully with the fastest qualifying, 13.53. Just ahead of Boyle Reniga out of Maroubra, 13.58 for her. Just waiting for a few runners to get back into their blocks. So Burraneer out here on that left-hand side. That's both Curry and Hartup. Lola Lucy there from lane 3 in the yellow and black, and then Boyle Reniga next to her in the yellow and black as well. And then Isla Scully. How many times have we seen it? The fluoro boots, they tend to perform quite well. For that matter, you can watch out for Precious Osmond. She's also got the bright ones on, as does Sienna Curry, a little wider on this left-hand side.
They might all turn up in pink boots next year.
I've got a pair of fluoro green boots. I can tell you now, it doesn't make me any quicker.
It's the wrong colour.
I think you're onto something. It's got to be orange or pink. Set. Racing. Very good start made here from Precious Osmond. Scully has a bit of work to do to try and rein her in. And then even wider still, Jade Hardip with a really good beginning here. Now starts to get going, Scully. Scully will get there first, just in front of the work of Peterson, who came from the clouds as well. And then it's very tight for third. We'll have to have another look at that. But Scully took a little bit of time to wind up. Once she did, it was very hard to stop her. Here it is again on the replay. Scully pushing through. Then Peterson, and yes, just a little bit wider there. It is, in fact, a great run from Hardip, who was looking good probably halfway through that race and then held on. So that should be bronze overall, 13.07 the time. It's a fair bit quicker than the previous heat, so that should be our top three.
And now we're moving on to our boys' 14-year-olds. We have Walton from Manai, Dangol from Caringbah, Revolta from Bonnyrigg, Abigail from Bonnyrigg, Sayed from St Vincent's, Wall from Fairfield, Borg from Cogra, Carney from Engadine, and Medeiros from St Vincent's.
Now, Morris Sard is the quickest qualifier here, 13.02, but have a look at that time. Sub 11 seconds we go now as we get into the 14-year-olds with these records. Kanawa Gamunga, 10.98 last year. So, for reference, Usain Bolt running about, 9.4 I think is the record, 9.5 maybe. But in general, if you're running around that 10 mark, you are at an Olympic standard. So at just 14 years of age, Gamunga nearly there.
And how amazing. Great things for Sydney Catholic schools and in the sporting realm.
Off they go now. I thought there might have been a little bit of an early leave, but they'll call it through. So really looking strong at the moment is Morris Sard, but wider still. This is a great run here in the end from Medeiros, who's going to get there. Oh, did he just get in front of Sard? I think he might have, 12.44. And it is indeed Medeiros who's celebrating big time out wide.
He had his eye on that runner as he was coming through as well. If you have a look in the replay, you'd be able to see him having a good peer at his mate.
So 12.44 the time to beat, set there by Ethan Medeiros. Yeah, you're right. He certainly did have a big look there back at... Might have actually been Abigail in the end who was in front of Sard. So now we move to section 202.
So Williams from North Shore, Parata from St Vincent's, Litherland from Ramwick, Kopp from Austral, Wilson from Sutherland, Kolasakis from Ryde, Connell from Sydney, Bartle from Five Dock, and Garcia Panetta from Five Dock as well.
Now, no surprises here, given his performances previously. Jacob Kopp, he has a record when he was a little bit younger. So he set it last year, of course, in the 13-year-olds, running 11.54. Now stepping up to 12. Now, the seed time is actually a fair bit slower, but I can tell you now, based on what we've seen today, that's going to go the way of the dinosaur as well. And there he is. Take a good look in the largely green top, right in the middle of the screen with the yellow boots. There's a bit of a gap between himself and the next closest, so no Lachlan Litherland, but Jacob Kopp. Ready to pounce, set now. Racing, gets a good start. Kopp trying to lay down the law here. He'll start to move forward very quickly. Good pressure from Darcy Wilson. Kopp getting away from them. Says Kopp that. Gets all the way to the line. 11.92. Oh, it's quick, all right. Don't you worry about that. Jacob Kopp.
What a run, hey? What a run.
Well, here it is again on the replay. Kopp just way too quick. And there was a fair few fans in the stands here as well, riding him home like he was far lap back at the Melbourne Cup in the day.
He'll be very happy with that run. And we're now moving on to the girls. Girls 15-year-old 100-metre dash. So we have Omakaro from Austral, Ackle from Five Dock, Sibarovsky from Hoxton Park, Thompson from Ramwick, Fensom from Ramwick, Flarikos from Hurstville, Jensen from Five Dock, and Walker from Menai. And they're chasing a time of 12.74, and that was a record set by Alyssa Michael in 2024.
So in terms of the fastest qualifiers here, it's a woman who has already broken a record today in the form of Laura Fensom. She was very good. I believe that was in 400 a little earlier. Ran a terrific race where she was largely middle of the pack until the final 150 metres and then just bounded forward.
Yeah, that was in the girls' 400-metre dash. She had a 1:02.65, which was a record.
So can she back it up here over a shorter distance? Fensom looking for a big performance. Now there she is right in the middle. Once again, of course, you guessed it, the fluorescent orange boots. Had to be the case. If you're breaking records, you've got to be wearing them. I'm going to get a sponsorship soon.
You can hope for that. There is a gap next to her, so it looks like Subanovsky from Hoxton Park isn't running.
Set now, but they'll have to reset things. So Fensom in there, along with Thompson, for example. In fact, I should say Thompson's the one that's got the fluoro boots. It's Fensom with the more conservative approach, if you will. And the gap there is indeed Sripanovsky. Set now. Racing. Very good start made here from Flarikos. Flarikos in front by about 3 or 4 metres at the moment. Really powering forward Sophia Flarikos. Now Fensom starts to wind up. We know she finishes strongly. Here comes Fensom. Oh, it's so tight at the line. Well, Fensom and then also pushing through was Ackle. Now, Ackle might have done enough here. She was out there in lane 3. We'll have to take another look at this. Fensom came home with a wet sail. Have a look at Ackle there from lane 2. Yeah, I think she has done enough. Oh, wow. Or is it Flarikos or is it Fensom? That's as close as it gets. 13-2-1 on the board between Ackle, Fensom and Flarikos. I think it's a hair's length.
We'll leave it up to those officials to sort that one out. We can't call it. And we'll move on to, we've got the second of these two finals. So we have Kehoe from Ramwick, Little from Burraneer, Sorojevic from Milpera, Ifajika from Liverpool, Wardle from Five Dock, Blythe from Engadine, Vella from Woolwich, and Graham from North Shore.
Ifajika's seed time, a very good one, 12.78. Now that's just 0.04 of a second away from Alyssa Michaels' record that was set last year. And bear in mind, in this 15-year-olds category, the year before, Ruth was setting the record for the 14-year-old girls, 12.1. So if she runs anywhere near that, this could be another record brewing. There she is right in the centre of your screen. Ruth Ifajika. And Sorojevic on her right on your screen. And then Emily Wardle to the left. Off they go now. Ifajika starts well and straight away winds through the gears. Ifajika really powering forward. Already inside the final 50. Pulling away from them by a good 10 metres. Will cross in 12.15 and smashes the previous record. Goodbye, Alyssa Michael. Hello to Ruth Ifajika. There it is again. Ifajika, well, I'll tell you what, she might have needed a barrier to stop her at that point. She was just bounding forward. Nearly ended up in another suburb.
There certainly was a huge gap between her and the other runners. What a great effort.
Well, there's some of the looks of disbelief from her competitors there. They were still watching her just being, how are you that quick?
It's good running against someone quick, though, doesn't it? You've got to keep up the pace. We're moving on to the boys' 15-year-olds 100-metre dash. We have Giles from Caringbah, Carnegie from Engadine, Malia from Hitchinbrook, Abi Abdallah from Punchbowl, McLean from Menai, Chung from Eastwood, Azzy from Five Dock, and Stewart from Hoxton Park.
So absentees in 1 and 10 here. Just taking a quick look to see if we have anybody else missing. Looks like we might actually be without Mason Malia here. Yeah, it certainly does seem to be the case. So Abi Abdallah there in the 5, and then of course Jacob Carnegie out there as well. Set now. Racing. Good start made, especially from Jacob Azzy from Five Dock in the red. He gets away very quickly. Now Thomas Chung also winding through the gears. He looks pretty strong as well. McLean is fading, but that's actually going to be taken out from Thomas Giles out of lane 2, who started a little slowly but really came home nice in the final 50.
an 11.76, which is a great effort. We have got the record of 11.33. We'll see how we go with the next race, which is section 2 of this 15-metre boys. We have Vincent from Caringbah, Bowman from Ramwick, Laxam from Eastwood, Aggiapong from Liverpool, Rootsy from Ryde, Constantinides from Maroubra, Lupton from Engadine, Lee from Sydney, and Nobrega from Hoxton Park.
So Aggiapong, the man to watch here. 11.76 is his seed time. That was exactly what was run just then. You might be able to see with some of the flags floating about here. There's plenty of wind, so that's going to increase things once again. Bo Rootsy at the centre of the screen at the moment in the yellow and maroon. And the man heading back to his blocks there, Elias Aggiapong out of Liverpool. Quickest of the lot in terms of seed time. Rootsy the second fastest, followed by Manuel Laxon. Laxon is in the red. So Jake Vincent stepping up now with a little jump as he takes his spot, but eyes on the centre here between Manuel Laxon, Elias Aggiapong and Bo Rootsy. Lanes 4 through to 6 respectively. Set. Great jump here from Aggiapong, pushes away quickly. Rootsy also trying to get through his gears, but Aggiapong started very well and continues on that train and certainly is motoring forward. Oh, that's a brilliant effort from Aggiapong. 11.49. It's very, very quick. 11.76 coming into it. It's enough for the goal. It also looks to be enough to break the record of Jacob Kopp. Great effort there from Elias Aggiapong. Now, of course, we don't actually have the benefit of the wind gauge here today. I dare say, from what we're seeing, if we had it, it probably wouldn't stand, but it's not here. So, nonetheless, congratulations to Elias Aggiapong.
So, great effort for the boys, 15-year-olds, and we're seeing some of those athletes on the screen at the moment. But while we are doing that, we're just getting ready for the girls, 16-year-olds, 100-metre dash. And our competitors today, we have Matthews from Woolwich, Culhane from Hurstville, Caligaro from Bankstown, Vag from Burraneer, Drury from Engadine, Goobar from Five Dock, Fermano from Woolwich, and Labolo Kerry from Wakely.
Fastest here, Madison Drury, with the time of 14.12. Of course, the record set last year by Millie Montanari, 12.85. That's a brilliant time for Millie. And, of course, we'll keep a close eye as well in the second heat with Juliet Hearn, who ran a time of 13.11. So that is far and away the quickest. Not a single runner here in terms of their seed time underneath that 14-second threshold. Madison Drury, the closest out of Engadine. And she's there right in the middle. She'll take her spot on the blocks now. Vag and Goobar either side of her. Set. Racing. Decent start here. More so from Goobar than Drury, who has a little bit of work to do. Goobar has the lead at the moment by about 2 metres. Now Drury starts to click into gear, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Goobar will get away with it. 13.63 the time, followed by Drury, then Zara Vag, 13.63. So a disappointing jump there for Madison Drury and just couldn't recover, Diane.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how how her time goes at the end compared to some of the under the runners in the next race. It was a 13.63, so we have our section 2 who are just getting themselves set up. We have Turanuri from Waverley, Michael from Hitchinbrook, Pisano from Bonnyrigg, Hearn from Menai, Orfanos from Waverley, Saunders from North Shore, Ribeiro from North Shore, and Boswell from Five Dock. And like you said, Juliet Hearn, she looks like the one to beat in this one.
13.11 the seed time. If she runs that, that'll be more than enough to get in front of Sabrina Goobar, who currently is in that gold medal position.
And again, that record was 12.85, and that was set last year by Millie Montanari.
you can see there, Juliet Hearn with the 24 on in the differing blues.
I've got one gap there.
In fact, there might be Hearn who's out of this one, it looks like. Yeah, potentially. So,
They're
nonetheless,
racing.
off they go now. Pisano making a good start. She's the one that we're looking at the moment. Pisano was pushed forward. Now also a chance here for Turanui, but Pisano is going to take it in a time of 13 flat. That'll be enough to claim it, and she's very much pumped up about that. A great run in the end. No, that must be her. That's Aquinas Menai. Yes, that is indeed Juliet Hearn. Well, they shifted lanes again. Girls, stop it. Now, well done to Juliet Hearn. Excellent run in front of the work of Pisano. And 13 seconds flat will be enough for the gold as we now move to event 47.
And we have the boys' 16-year-olds 100-metre dash. And we have, kicking us off in the first round, we have Coelho from Five Dock, Kaiser from Ramwick, Mock from Sydney, Blazevich from Lewisham, Marcani from Bonnyrigg, Tarabay from Fairfield, O'Donoghue from Eastwood, and Tailk from St Vincent's over at Ashfield.
This one, once again, a very tight affair. Equal second fastest of both Mock and Bazovich with 12.57, but the pick of the bunch in this one, Anthony Marcani with 12.54. Of course, the record set by Xavier Peacock, 10.48.
10.48, wow. That's a very quick time.
I've had the pleasure of calling Xavier a number of times, and, well, we'll get to see him a little later on as well. Not too far away. Seed time coming in for the 17 plus is 11.04. Also, he's recently taken to rugby league, I believe. They've just chucked him on the wing and said, run. Now, here we go. We're off and racing here for the boys' 16-year-olds. 100-metre dash. Pretty good start made here through the middle from Marcani. Marcani looking really good at the moment. Should be able to hold on. In fact, it'll be Bazovich in the end. Bazovich will get there in 12.13. Well and truly off that record pace, and still quicker to come because we have the likes of Hugo Macri lining up next.
And we do. In this next race, we've got O'Hanlon from Cronulla, Eka Chukawu from Bankstown, Butler from Fairfield, Macri from Five Dock, Smith from Caringbah, Lockham from Lewisham, Murphy from Caringbah, and also Rapp from Caringbah.
So Macri, the only sub. In fact, I tell a lie there. There's two sub 12-second times. Zach Smith, the other one, just squeezing in 11.99. Hugo Macri, the pick of the bunch at 11.72. Charlie Rapp with the, I say this with quotation marks, the slowest qualifying time of 12.41. Still extremely quick. Be out on that right-hand side. So Macri in the navy blue with the light blue trim. Next to him is Zach Smith. One lane toward the left. Set now. Racing. Macri gets away beautifully, as does the work of Taj Lacane. Lacane looking pretty good at the moment for second, but Macri starts to wind through the gears and pulls away from the rest of them. Great movement here from Macri ahead of Butler, and then it might have been Smith who just caught up in time to Taj Lacane, but that was all Hugo Macri. The time flashing up at 11.22.
It's quick. Not quite the record, but gee, it was a quick one.
And it looks like Smith did just hold on there against a fast-finishing Lacane. Macri, well and truly, enjoying that one. A big clap for his own efforts. So 11.22, that'll be the gold. Silver then to Cooper Butler, and the bronze coming to Zach Smith.
And we're now up to the girls' 17 years plus 100-metre dash. Two heats for this one. We have Emily Reid from Ramwick. We have Turanui from Waverley. Patello from Menai. Furia from Bonnyrigg. Fowler from North Shore. Simonson from Engadine. San Filippo from Bonnyrigg. And Chen from Woolwich. And they're chasing a time of 12.53, and that was a record set last year by Imogen Engish.
So 12.53, and Imogen once again will appear in the second sectional final. She'll be running out of lane 5 there. Her seed time coming into this particular one, 13.12, so a little slower compared to her own record from last year. It's always great when you can have a second bite at the cherry in the 17 plus, of course, covering years 11 and 12. Looks like we've got a few scratchings here too. So no Turanui. And then also no Furia. So Audrey Fowler is that woman right in the middle. And Fowler is off quite nicely, but wider still. Looks pretty strong here from Sienna Simonson, but Fowler continuing to push forward. Now a good chance here for Patello to wind through the gears, and Patello now gets in front and should take this one out. Good run there from Patello, ahead of Audrey Fowler. And then Simonson pushing through. The time flashing up at 13.74. But there's still quicker to come here, Diane.
There are. So we have in the next race along, we have Scarmadella from Bonnyrigg, O'Shea from Woolwich, Gomez Nwaiwalik from Woolwich, English, now she was the previous record holder from Menai, Pavella from Five Dock, Bowie from Randwick, Leodakis from Menai, and Ifajika from Liverpool.
Let's have a quick look here. If Angelina Scarmadella is indeed racing, a very talented futsal player and also OzTag. So she's one of those real top-tier athletes. I don't think she's there, though. So no Angelina Scarmadella out of lane 2. So she is a scratching. It'll be Mia O'Shea, who's closest to the right-hand side of the screen, taking off now. So she is in the light blue. Gomez Nwaiwalik also from MS Woolwich. And Imogen Engish will be the one to beat. 13.12 her seed time. Of course, also holding the record for this event that was set last year. So there is Imogen in the navy blue with light blue. Bianca Pavella next to her in the white and black. Evie Bowie in the green with the white trunks. And then Talia Leodakis in the 8. Edith Ifajika in this left-hand side. Set now. Racing, great start made here from Imogen Angish. And now Imogen really trying to wind through the gears. Good pressure, though, from Bianca Pavella. Angish is still being pressured. Now starts to pull away in the final moments. It'll be Angish, followed by Pavella. Then very tight thereafter. Gomez Nwaiwalik was pushing hard, but so too was Evie Bowie. So we'll have to have another look for bronze. But well and truly, Imogen Angish with a great time. 12.62, just not quite besting her record from last year. Here it is again. It's Angish first, Pavella second. And then I think just the lean of the head there from Gomez Nwaiwalik securing third for her. So bronze for Gomez Nwaiwalik. 2 medals picked up there for a couple of the girls out of lanes 4 and 5. And then, of course, Pavella. So all through the middle.
And then we're moving on to the boys. We're nearly done with our 100-metre dashes, but we're on to the boys 17 plus. And we have Barber from Sydney. We have Boateng Curry from Austral. Sawtell from Eastwood. Sadie from Lewisham. Hasrooney from Eastwood. Straw from Eastwood. Morfarage from Hinchinbrook. And Moore, who is coming from Asheville.
Hasrooney also a very talented soccer player. He was featuring recently in our Sydney Catholic Schools Grand Final Day Championships for the Winter Championships just a couple of weeks ago. I believe he might be signed with the Wanderers pathways, actually.
Oh, we've got some great athletes within our system here, and it's nice seeing them popping up in different sporting fields as well.
Certainly is. So we've got Barbour out on that right-hand side. Boateng Kari next to him. Ashton Sawtell in the red. And then Kai Saidi is our man with the Indigenous top. Of course, Hasrooney will be featuring next to him in the red, along with Daniel Straw, also in the red. Both those boys out of Eastwood along with Sawtell, so Eastwood well represented here. And Mufaragi from Hinchinbrook out in Sydney's west. And Oscar Moore on that left-hand side. Up onto the mark they go. Set. Good start made here, especially from Sawtell. Sawtell and now Hasrooney and Straw both getting into their gears. Oh, Straw's looking excellent, in fact. Away he comes now. 12.18 his seed time. However, I'll tell you what, I think that was Charles Barbour in the end who came through very quickly. Well, he sort of came from the clouds. He wasn't really featuring initially, but...
Strong finish from him.
Exceptional finish. We'll take another look at it here. Keep a close eye on lane 2 in the end. So we might get another chance to have a closer look at things before we move on to the second heat. In fact, no, I think we might leave that there. No, here we come now. My apologies. So there it is again, Charles Barbour. Yeah, it was indeed Barbour. So 11-8, Charles Barbour, as we quickly move to our second sectional final. And this one, Xavier Peacock, the man to watch.
And this one, it's the last of our 100-metre dash, and I'll tell you what, this might be a fast one to finish. So we have Dawson from Engadine, Lamiere from Menai, Anderson from Ramwick, Peacock from Revesby, Facer from Fairfield, Herbert from Menai, Sharp from Ramwick, Harb from Lewisham, and Mogan from Liverpool.
And worth pointing out, Xavier Peacock ran a 10.48 as a 16-year-old. He comes into this one here, the 17s. Now, he might well have, I'm not 100% sure, he might have another year of school left. So if he breaks another record here today, everybody will be saying, well, is the next time he runs at school, is it going to be an Olympic level time? It's already very close to it. So 11.04 is the C time for Xavier Peacock. Isaac Dawson will be on that far left-hand side. Now, he in theory is the second slowest, but still running sub-12. Everybody in this heat is sub-12, so it's extremely quick.
And we have got a record. The record previously was 10.92, so let's see how they go against that. His seed time isn't far off it.
So Peacock. Here's the man to watch here. Set and racing. Gets away very quickly. Here goes Xavier Peacock looking to fan the feathers. Oh, Peacock looking strong. However, at the moment being bested here. Oh, now they get away. In fact, Peacock it will indeed be. That's quick. That's exceptionally quick. It's 10.64. It's a new record. And you can well and truly start crowing Xavier Peacock.
What a run. 10.64. That's incredible.
Wow. Well, let's take the entire thing once more because quite literally blink and you'll miss it. If you had a sneeze, you certainly would have missed the entire thing. It's worth watching again. Xavier Peacock from the very beginning and then powering through. There he is once more. He's having a look at the time as he crosses. He wanted that record. He's not even breathing. It's like a drop in the bucket for him.
Doesn't he look smooth? Doesn't he look doesn't he look fit too?
Well, this year he's opted for the full-length leggings, if you will, just to get a little bit more aerodynamic, I'd imagine. And certainly he's come up trumps there. So that'll wrap up our 100 metres. We'll get one more little look at it here. Peacock, the finish. So fast, little duck at the end, well-timed. He's got all the technique in the world. And that does clear us here for the 100 metres. So we'll take a little break in terms of all the commentary and the coverage here for Sydney Catholic Schools, brought to you by Topper. And, of course, this is our Sydney Catholic Schools Pre to Post Athletics Championships 2025 live from Sydney Olympic Park. And Xavier Peacock setting another record there. Up next, it's the 200-metre dash, the primary division. Welcome back to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for the Sydney Catholic Schools pre to post athletics championships for 2025. James Preston and Diane Cowan with you as we now take a look at the girls. I believe this should be our 8 to 10 200 metre dash primary division.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great afternoon down here. The sun is just hiding a little bit, but we're ready to go. Oh, they've just started already.
So now this is Ha, who gets away beautifully, as does Go, and then back on the inside, Johnson, followed by Barakat. They're all moving quite freely back towards the middle. Hilton looks all right at the moment, as does the work there of potentially Appley, who's pushing late, but now Go gets back in front. So on this home straight, she has a slender lead here and Go, ahead of the work of Johnson. Now Johnson coming strongly for her as well. Also a good little push here from Hilton. But it looks like Johnson is going to hang on here out of lane number 7. It will be Gabriella Johnson from Bosley Park who takes out the first sectional. And you can see just how strong the wind is there. With a bunch of papers flying up. Section 2 of 2 on the way.
And in that one we have Fan from Regents Park, Takaya from Auburn, Gable Boxmani from Caringbah, Lynn from Peakhurst, Baker from Penshurst, Rugendijk from Randwick North, Freeman from Menai, and Michelizzi from Ashbury. And here we have the girls who are just setting up, ready to race. And these girls, they have a time that they're trying to beat today of 29.47. Okay, they get their set. And they're racing. And there they go. These we're in the 8 to 10 years, 200 metre dash, and these girls coming around the bend now. Looks like we've got some strong runners coming through. Looks like we've got the one from Penshurst. We have Baker as well, who's coming through. Here we have, so Alana from Caringbah is racing down the middle there. Good quick time that she's going to place with. And it looks like coming up behind her, we possibly have Kimberley from, it could be a bit of a fight for second and third there between Takaya and Fan, but it was a good strong run by Lynn as well from Penshurst. So there we have lane 5 first, and it looks like it is third at lane 3, which is Takaya from Auburn, and then Fan from Regents Park in third. Now, following this, we're moving on to the boys' race. So the boys, 8 to 10, 200 metre dash. We have Robinson from Preston. We have Jeremy from Kim from Fairfield, Joseph from North Ryde, Roche from Ashbury, and they're off. We have quite a few runners here who are doing the best they can on this 200 metre dash. Coming around at the moment, round the bend, we have the runner from Maroubra, Bowman, who's doing a great job, but it looks like it's Darbo out on the outside. Actually, we've got Roche from Ashbury, who is also coming along quickly, and next to him, Joseph from North Ryde is giving him a bit of a run for his money. Who will it be at the end here? We're looking like it will be the Ashbury possibly, and then the Joseph Arlo from North Ryde, and Charlie Bowman in third place. But we'll double check that first and second. And here it's coming through. And gosh, try and call that one. Good close finish there. Now the second of our 8 to 10 200 metre race. We have Karani, Hall, Denez, Dawson, Baloney, Charlie, Zasnik and Ariel all racing. They're just getting set. Okay. Set. A little bit of a wobble, but they're off. And here we are, coming round the bend. You have a good run here from Jacob Dens from Menai. Looks like he's coming round, but the mascot runner, Aurel, on the outside, he's doing a great job, and it looks like it's a bit of a challenge between the two of them. So you've got Aurel from Mascot, and you've got Jacob Dens from Menai. Or is that Caleb Dawson who's coming through? And there he is. So first place through to Caleb Dawson. And a good run there, 29.18. It's not quite our record, but a good fast pace nonetheless. Now we're about to move on to our girls, 11 years. We have Lukanuik from Georges Hall, Lazana from Strathfield, Montori from Five Dock, Murphy from Mortlake, Akabar from Preston, Camus from Mossman, Adams from Mascot, and Angelo from Hunters Hill. Okay. Getting ready to race. Got a couple of spaces there. But off they go. They are already on the outside. You can see a little bit of a race there. A good tight run through here, though, coming round the bend. Akabar is the one with the fastest seed time. Let's see how she goes as she comes along the straight. We've got Angelo, who's giving a bit of a good run for the money, but we're looking like it's Montori who's going to take this one out. Montori, and then we're looking at 9 and then 8. So we're looking at Montori, followed by Angelo, and then Adams. And that's the first of the two heats done. And then now we'll move on to the second one. So we have the second of our 11-year-old girls heat. Now this one has Londono from Holsworthy, Shardlow from Como, Sanhusa, Leisha from Ramwick, Brown from Carringbar, Kane from Gymea, Robinson from Gymea, Porter from Ramwick, and Tragai from Holsworthy. Now, the record for this one is 27.64. Now, the actual seed time for Brown, who is in lane number 5, is 27.79. So she's actually not far off that record. We'll see how she goes. So that's that lane 5 runner. And they're ready. And racing. And here they go, coming around. It's a quick race, this one. You can see that there's definitely a bit of a gap forming here, and Brown is taking the lead quite confidently, making quite a gap from all the other runners. Coming through, you also have the Ulsh runner, which is Olivia So we're looking there. So we've got Alicia San Hughes, Alicia, who came in second, but Mia Brown came in convincing win with a 27.68. So she's just off that record, only by a tiny margin, but definitely a confident win there for her today. We're moving on to the boys, 11-year-olds, 200-metre dash. We have Lannenberg from Hunters Hill, DeBart from Preston, Belcom from North Sydney, Best from Preston, Hancock from Bosley Park, Bates from Panania, Kirk from Belfield, and Haverbon from Haverbon from Matraville, I should say. The boys are just setting themselves up there in the blocks. And you've got here Hancock, who has 30.37. He's the one that is showing as our favourite in this race, but we have got a record of 25.75. It's a time to beat. But here we have these boys just setting up. Got a couple of gaps here. We've definitely got our runner from lane 2. No one in lane 3. So we haven't got Isaac DeBart from Preston. Lane 4, we have got Matthew Balcom. He's in there. Lane 5, Mason Best. We've got a gap in lane 6. And then lanes 7, 8, 9 are made up of Bates, Kirk and Haverbond. Set and racing. And here we go. Let's have a little look at these ones. You've got Kirk, who's making a good effort there, but you can see that Mason Best, he's really storming up along the main track there, coming around the bend, and he's got quite convincingly in the lead. Now, he's also got after him, he's got Xavier Kirk, who's following him quite closely, Matthew Balcom as well. And Oliver Lagenberg as well is making a great effort. Coming through, though, it is a 5-8, and we'll go from there. So Mason Best, great effort today, followed by Xavier Kirk as well. Now we're getting on to the second of the finals for the 11-year-old boys. Kennedy from Randwick, Tuoni from Beverly Hills, Garland from Riverwood, Kelly from Drummoyne, Small from Caringbah, Winchester from Gymea, Melik from Five Dock, and Condilius from Randwick. And there's another one of my runners there. And over to you, James, to call this one.
Diane, well done. Section 2 of 2 now for the boys, 11-year-olds. 200-metre dash, primary, of course, Lachlan Chapel. No surprises there. The record holder, 25.75. Fastest in this one, Sam Kelly with a time of 28.81, but not too far ahead of that man you were just talking about, Lucas Garland. He's in at 28.87. And Hunter Small just in behind him at 28.85. So it's a very tight field here. Kelly, of course, out of Drummoyne. No, Tuioni out there. He's a scratching from lane 3. So Garland in that maroon and navy top. Kelly then in the black. Good start here made from Kelly. Gets away very quickly, as does Garland, and then out wide. Melik and Condilios also working well, but Kelly now gets into his stride. Has a good lead as they round the turn here, in front by roughly 5 metres. Chasing is Hunter and also Garland, but Kelly really pushing forward now. Melik is the next closest. Up into second he goes. It's all about Kelly, though. He's got a good 5 metres on them. Sam is going to be the man. He'll get all the way to the line. 27.89 the time. It's a good one, too. Kelly will take off a good second off his seed time coming into this one. Very strong performance. Melik back in second. Then a little bit tighter in for third, but it should have been Hunter Small getting there in time Sam Kelly, though, that was his race from start to finish.
He definitely did dominate in that, didn't he? Took it the whole way through. And there's no resting for us in between. We're quickly over to the girls' 12 to 13 200-metre dash. So we have Perkov from Carnes Hill, David from Meadowbank, Jones from Hunters Hill, Keeley from Ryde, Brights from Carnes Hill, Newmata from Liverpool, Diaz from Preston, Cataldo from Preston, and Kabat from Lidcombe. Record 28.02. And that was made in 2023 by Aria Jensen.
Now, Nehemiah was very strong in the 100 metres before. She'll get another chance to show what she can do here, but we've got quite a few scratchings as well. Just taking a look to see if there's anyone else coming back to the blocks, or otherwise that will be the full contingency. So it looks like we've got no Cataldo and no Kabat either. So Diaz is the widest runner, just on the inside of her. That is Nehemiah in the navy blue top with light blue trim. And then Allegra Brights, quickest in terms of seed times, just back toward the middle from her. Just testing out her starting situation there. Followed by Keeley, Jones, also a scratching from Michaela David. So no 2, 8 or 9. And lane 10 not being utilised in this one. Liliana Perkov is that inside runner. So final checks here. Some great competitors in this one, though, between Diaz, Nehemiah, Brights and Keeley. All with very similar seed times. Set now. Racing, good start here from Nehemiah. Straight away applying that pressure to Diaz and catches up to her almost immediately. Brights is also pushing forward, but she's actually tracked back a fair bit here. Keeley overtakes her. Nehemiah, though, is the one who's in charge at the moment. She continues to move forward. Jones also coming into the equation, but Nehemiah will hit the straight first and has a margin of about 5 metres here. Little bit of pressure coming from Keeley, but she's not really going to be a factor. Nehemiah's got too much power about her work, and she'll go all the way to the line. A good time as well. Start 30 seconds. 29.44 brought up, and Nehemiah continues that form from the 100 metres.
And that's the first of the 2 races. So we're seeing some fast seed times coming through for the next race. So it'll be interesting to see how these girls go. In the second of our races, we have Soden Smith from Sydney, Sadek from Ramwick, Hickey from Leichhardt, Hayden from Gymea, Bozic from Sutherland, Heffernan from Cronulla, Barlas from Miranda, Lapham from Moorebank, and Dimmick from Malabar.
Barlas, of course, finished second in her 100-metre discipline a little earlier today, but Bozic is a previous record holder. We'll have a good shake of things here. So we'll keep a close eye on her work. In that inside lane, that's Sodden Smith there in the all black. And Sadek has featured prominently so far today. This is her third final, including the relay. So a very busy day for her. I hope she's had a fair few bananas and has taken the Gatorades as well. Sarah Hickey just back on the inside of her in lane 3 in that light blue top. Now Jenna Hayden certainly can run as well. And FSC Laborn Gymea. She's in the blue and yellow, and then of course Lana Bozic in the yellow top and the little trunks. It's already had a great day so far for Lana. Heffernan then on the outside, Barlas, Lapham, Dimmick. Set. Dimmick got away nicely, as did Bozic. Of course, she is the one to watch. Heffernan just on her outside, also working well. But look at Bozic straight away, get into the gears and overtake the likes of Heffernan. Now also Barlas. Barlas up into second, though, but Bozic will hit that straight as quickly as you like and now starts to power towards the line. Barlas applying a pretty decent shake here up into second, but it's all about Bozic, who continues to pull away from the rest of them. What a time this will be. Clocking in at 26.64, obliterates the previous record. Well, before it was sitting at 28.02. It is all smiles for Lana Bozic, though. 26.64, the official time to be confirmed. but it looks like she's shaved off more than 1.5 seconds from the previous record.
And doesn't she look happy with that? And getting lots of high fives from those other athletes as well. Convincing win.
Probably worth pointing out, Barlas's time would have been good enough to break the record as well in its second. So an exceptional run from the ladies.
And we're over to the boys now for the 12 to 13 200-metre dash. Looks like we've got a couple of gaps in there, so we'll go through and we'll have a little look at who we actually have. So I've got Tar from Belmore, Owasu Akem Yampong from Preston, Young from Ashfield, Smith from North Ryde, Woodlock from Mossman, Goyo Gaga from Revesby, Sawyers from Lewisham, and Azzy from Punchbowl. But let's confirm who we've actually got there.
Looks like there's a fair few missing. Cooper Smith is definitely one of them. He's in the red top. Looks like Amir Young, one back on the inside of him, and the black is still there. So no Owusu Akiampong at the moment. In that wide position, it looks to be Flynn Sawyers. So no Anthony Azzy either. Set now. Good start made here, especially from Sawyers, who's out wide, and now Cooper Smith begins to hit his stride. Just back on the inside of him, Amir Young now overtaking, and he'll hit the lead as they round this turn. Onto the home straight here. It's Young by about 3 or 4 metres, starting to extend that margin as well. Just in behind him, that's Cooper Smith, who's still holding firm for second, and then back from Smith by 2 or 3 metres. That's Woodlock. It'll claim third, but this will be taken out by Young, followed by Smith, and then Woodlock crossing Goyaga. Then coming in, and Sawyers will wrap things up. So quite literally finishing in their lane order. And it's all smiles for Amir Young at 27.77.
And on to the next group, we have Wilkinson from Mossman, Hubbard from Hurstville, Thomas Benny from Menai, Katsibis from Moorebank, Gurico from Revesby, Scarcella from Malabar, and Melrose from Miranda. Lots of repeated names here. You can see these students a few of them have multiple events to compete in today, and it's great to see them out here giving it all their best.
And of course, Katsabis was exceptional in the 100 as well. Another one to watch here. So we've got Wilkinson still lining up. Now he's in the black top on the inside lane. Ashton Hubbard in the blue on the inside of him. The light blue is Thomas Benny. And there is Katsabis now returning back to his starting block. He's in the light blue up top with the blue a little bit lower down towards the stomach. Gershio in the white. Scarcella then our tall man out of lane 7. And Melrose the closest to camera. So up onto the mark they go now. Set. Good start made here from Katsabis. Also Gershio got away very quickly. Scarcella starting to wind through the gears now as well. But speaking of winding through the gears, look at James Katsabis. Now hits the top flight and begins to put the foot down. He's pulling away from them. Scarcella coming back will overtake up into second. But Katsabis looking really likely to claim the gold here. Moving swiftly. A good time looming here for Katsabis. Final 10 metres. Gets across with a time of 26.51. It's a very strong time. It is quicker than the work that we just saw previously from Amir Young. That means it's gold for that man on screen. James Katsabis ahead of the work of Scarcella. So gold for Katsabis, likely a silver for Scarcella, and then it might have been enough as well from Amir Young to snag the bronze from that first section. So terrific work there from James Katsabis. Started well. His middle section was also very strong, and even with Scarcella looming, he just had too much in the tank. And at least for the meantime, that'll wrap up our 12 to 1300 metre primary division. I think we've got a little break before we pick things up potentially once more with our multi-class athletes coming through. We'll leave you with a little bit of music and vision in the meantime. Great to see some of the multi-class students taking to the front stage here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre and working their way through the 200 metres dash. And we are picking up once more here with event 56, the girls' 12-year-olds 200 metre dash secondary. James Preston and Diane Cowan with you.
And in this race, we have Buckman from Five Dock, Galea from Bonnyrigg, Trajewski from Burraneer, Leon from Sutherland, Donnelly from Ramwick, Iani from Five Dock, Leal from Ramwick, and Dos Reis from Hinchinbrook. And they are chasing a time of 26.83.
And it's Marnie Lawrence who set that record. We'll get to see Marnie a little bit of time. She is floating about here today.
And it's just the one race. Single races, no more heats. This is the final.
So first past the post here. There's no mathematics required from myself and Diane. Good thing I dropped it in year 10. I knew it wouldn't come in handy. They always said you'll have to use trigonometry later, a bit of Pythagoras theorem. I just call it a triangle, and we're done with it.
Although the numbers do come in handy, so we do encourage everyone to continue on.
I was waiting for the principal to hop in there and be like, James, stop it. There are still some students watching along. They need to know that math is important. It is very important. Just saying. Just saying.
And these girls, they look like they're just waiting for some information ready to start. And have we got all our runners there?
Yeah, it looks like it's Juliet Buckman back on the inside, and then Leanne Galea just in that aqua top. Trajewski then in the navy. And of Emma Leon there as well.
Donnelly's the one in the T-shirt.
So it looks like Juliet Buckman is actually
Yeah.
a scratching here. So that's Galea, who, of course, won her previous race before. And it was quite funny. She actually seemed quite upset about the result, even though she won by a pretty good time as well. So Trajewski, of course, there in the aqua. Then Emma Leon in the navy top. Donnelly in the black with the little yellow trim. Evelyn Ayani then in the navy and white. And then we've got Nadia Leal from Brigidine Ranwick. They're in the green. It looks like Dos Reis is out of this one. So we've got scratchings from 2 and 9 and absentees in 1 and 10. This one, of course, a straight final, as Diane has referenced, and the record time 26.83, set by Marnie Lawrence last year. Got the 12 boys next, but after the 12 boys, we'll get to see Marnie once again. She tries to set another record. It's going to be a tough one to break, though. Divine Chuck Woody held it last year. Marshall, who's popped up onto the track again, just waiting for clearance at some point on the track, at least from our vantage point here, Diane. There's nothing on the home straight that could be causing an issue.
No. But in saying that, it's a great day out here. Sun shining. And I'll tell you what, it's good conditions. A bit windy, but otherwise we've had a great day out here at Sydney Olympic Park.
And the wind's picking up to about 30 k's per hour now. That's reasonably consistent too. There are stronger gusts, of course. But finally we are ready to get underway. So up onto the starters marks they go. And the key one to watch here in terms of seed time, that's Leon. And off they go now. Leon makes a good start ahead of Trajewski. Also starts reasonably well, but Leon now starting to power through the gears. Will overtake Donnelly on her outside. And as they round this turn, has a 5 metre advantage over the rest of the field. Trajewski still holding firm for second at the moment, but really pulling away now as Emma Leon. Gold is beckoning. Here comes a late push from Donnelly. Back up into second. It'll be Leon, and then a good battle here between Donnelly and also Trajewski. It's going to be Donnelly who gets there in time ahead of Trajewski. So gold for Leon, silver for Donnelly, and bronze for Trajewski. The time, 27.39, about half a second outside of Marnie Lawrence's record. But a great run from Emma Leon.
A very convincing win. And we can see out there, oh, look at that. The replay showing it again, coming straight through.
So there it is, front on. Great shots courtesy of Topper. Leon having a little look at the board as she was crossing the line. Very pleased with that effort. It's another medal around her neck. What's been a very strong day. Let's move on to event 57, the boys' 12-year-old 200 metres.
Yeah, you've got Nicola from Menai, Skelton from Ryde, Fatiti from Fairfield, Lynn from Penshurst, Burley from North Shore, Thamavonska from Austral, Sayed from Ashfield, and Coitz from Five Dock. Although looking at that, we'll have to check that we've got all those runners there.
We definitely have Skelton in there. Nicolau is also next to him. Fayetete is in there at 4 as well. And then Lynn is still there in the 5. Now, those two had a great battle, Lynn and Burley. Burley ultimately won out in the 100 metres. If we look at their seed times, well, there's 0.01 of a second between the pair of them. And then it looks like there's no Thamavongsa or Sard. So the wide man is Coitz. Up onto the mark they go. Set. Racing, very good start here from Burley, also Lynn. In fact, Lynn probably jumped the better of the two. Skelton has some work to do back towards lane 3. Now starts to wind through the gears, but here comes Lynn and Burley, both hitting their stride at the same time. Burley just getting in front as they approach this straight. Starts to pull away. Oh, Lynn had a little look. That could cost him the turn of the neck. Burley picked up an extra metre or two as a result, and Lynn just won't have enough in the tank. Burley takes it. 26.24 is a good time. It's 0.16 of a second away from Jacob Kopp's record, so an excellent run there from Joshua Burley. Gold around his neck, followed by Lynn.
A great run from all of those boys.
I just wonder how much that little craning of the neck there from Lynn, just as he was about to draw level with him. He fell off a touch once he did that.
I'm sure he'll watch the replay himself later on tonight.
Still an excellent effort, though, from Lynn. And then, of course, coming through just a little after that, Bayatete will claim the bronze. So we now move on to event 58.
So they are our 13-year-old girls, 200-metre dash. So we have Saman from Woolwich, Nair from Engadine, May from Menai, Lawrence from Waverley, Toshak from North Shore, Yayadom from Bankstown, Lemura from Five Dock, and Nene from Wakeley. And they are chasing a time which was set by Divine Chakwadi of 25.73.
So Marnie Lawrence has a very good chance of giving that record a shake. 25.86 is her seed time. She's the record holder in the 12 girls last year. So based on that passage, she's every chance of doing so here. Now, she is in the maroon top. Next to her is Toshak, and it looks like Yadom and Lemura are both out of this one. So, and I out on that wide side, gets a start here, but Lawrence got away beautifully, as does Toshak. But now Lawrence, take a look at the stride. Straight away goes past Toshak. Rose May, the only one who can really hold a candle to her at the moment. Lawrence is powering forward, though. Rounds the bend. Onto the home straight. Opens up a margin of 5 metres. May is chasing valiantly, but she's not closing the gap. Lawrence going from strength to strength, closing in on the record. It's a good run. It's 26.16. It's just outside of the time. 25.73 was the mark to beat, but Lawrence, I think she'll take that every day of the week. Also a little bit slower than her seed time for that matter, but it will be gold for Lawrence. And Rose May popping through with the silver.
And a great run by all of those girls. And the boys are quickly getting themselves ready over there. The boys' 13-year-old, 200-metre dash. We have Nobbs from Engadine, Claire from Sydney, Sazlochi from Austral, Job from Sydney, Edwards from Cogra, O'Brien from Five Dock, her dad from Auburn, and Miaopu from Austral. A couple of runners we've already seen already today.
But Job, of course, the main one there, 25.44, his seed time. Now, if he runs that, it's still a little bit outside of the mark set by Jacob Kopp, but I've already seen Job put in a terrific showing in the 100 metres. He's right in the middle of this setup in the all-black outfit, next to Sebastian Edwards, who's also been very strong coming out of Cogra. So those are probably the two main ones to watch. Mabagbu, closest to the bottom of the screen. Haddad on his inside. O'Brien just on the inside of him. Up onto the marks now. Set. Good start here from Edwards and also Albert Job. Mabagbu got away reasonably well. Edwards already looking to overtake O'Brien. Now Albert Job starts to click into gear. He closes the gap here on Edwards. Now round the turn at roughly the same time. It's going to come down to the straight. Job has a slender margin. Starts to pull away from Edwards. Oh, Job well and truly getting the job done. Opens up a gap of 7 metres, increasing it. This is a big run. 25.14. It's outstanding from Albert Job. It's not quite Jacob Kopp quick, but it is very fast. And you can see there a big smile on the face. He shaved off about 0.3 of a second from his seed time. Gold for Albert Job. Here it is again on the replay. Job was in command the entire time. Edwards, of course, wrapping up the silver. And then a decent effort too from Sazlochi coming back through. Now, Mabagbu finishes very strongly. Does he get there in time? Oh, we might have to have another look at that bronze. It was tight there between Sazlochi and Mabagbu. So, of course, the officials will give us the final result themselves. That's worth looking at here. So again, of course, Albert Job claiming the win. Sebastian Edwards in the silver. We've still got the girls' 14-year-olds to come in just a moment. Ruth Ifajika, of course, has that record. Once more, here it is on the replay. So Job getting across the line. Edwards then pushing through. Mabagbu and Sezlocci for this bronze. Now it's very, very tight. Oh, I think it's Sezlocci who just has the head in front. Yeah, Sezlocci will take it. So Mabagbu came very late in the piece and nearly stole it, but Sezlocci, he deserves that bronze. He was pushing with the top two runners for the bulk of that one, certainly pressuring Edwards.
Now, we look like we've got a few vacant runners here, but we will work out who we've got. But we have, it looks like we've got Annabelle Carbone, Lucy, Lola Lucy from Maroubra there as well. It looks like it's a scratch in lane 4, Olivia Kehoe, and it looks like Isla Scully there. What do you think? Does that look about right, James?
Well, that's Isabella Jean Lewis there in 8, and then just on her inside, that would be Peterson. And it looks like Hardup is a scratching, and yes, I think Scully is the only other one. So no Kehoe, no Lucy, no Carbone, no Bates.
I've gone the opposite way. I think we've got there in the end, though.
Definitely that there is Isabella Jean Louise, and she's had a very strong day so far. She won her sectional final. I don't think she ended up with medals overall for that particular 100, but she'll still be a force to be reckoned with here. Now, we do have Olivia Kehoe getting back into the action. So she is still a part of things. In fact, they're all going to start coming through now just to make it very difficult for us. So that is Olivia Kehoe, who is definitely in this one. And of lane 4, I think she's the only extra addition, although a few of them are all coming through now. Just having a look on track, there might be one extra to join. So it's Kehoe in the 4, Isla Scully in the 5. Peterson is there for Aquinas Menai, and Jade Hardup is there. So we've actually got 4 through to 8. So it's only scratchings for 3, 2, and 9. So no Carbone, Lucy, and Bates. And of these runners, it's neck and neck here between Scully and Hardup. They both have 27.99 times, and they are both off to a good start here. Hardup probably jumped the better of the two of them, so Scully's got a bit of work to do. Also pushing well is Olivia Kehoe. Now Scully starts to wind up, and in fact she'll get to this bend just ahead of the work of Hardup and hit the front as they take it to the straight. Peterson up into second now. Still good work here, though, from Scully. She's in front by a couple of metres, but here comes a late charge from Peterson. Peterson closing the gap. Oh, pulling up before the line. Well, that was interesting. I think she might have taken her foot off the pedal a little too early there, Scully. Peterson might have got her.
It certainly did look like she was pulling up short, didn't it?
This is going to be very interesting here. Well, that was all in control there for Scully. She's had a little embrace with Peterson now. But if she ends up in second, well, it's simply because she's taken a foot off the gas. Here we go. Peterson's still pushing. Oh, I think Peterson might get it at the line.
Yeah.
There's a little nudge of the head. And Peterson has stolen it. Well, Scully's pulled up probably 10 metres shy of the line, and then simply just jogging towards the end, she's cost herself the gold medal.
Well, it's a good message out there. We always say that. You've got to push yourself right till you get over the line. Don't stop early. That might be a good example of why.
And of course, a lot of those trainers train you to run when it's the 100, for example. You're running 110 or 120 metres before you're starting to take the foot off the pedal. Push all the way through until you're nearly reaching the barriers. But, geez, that's a gold medal let slip there for Isla Scully. And as a result, Peterson will take it away.
And we've got the boys here. They look ready, just about ready to go. It's the 14-year-old boys 200-metre dash. So we've got Garcia Panetta from Five Dock, Wall from Fairfield, Kolasakis from Ryde, Jacob Kopp, he's the one to beat, I think, from Austral, Darcy Wilson from Sutherland, Connell from Sydney, Roland from Caringbah, and Sed from Ashfield.
And they are off now, and it's a pretty good start made here from Kopp, and then just on his outside as well. It's looking decent from Wilson, but Kolasakis also driving strongly. Kopp is in front at the moment. Wilson coming hard for him. Kopp's got about 2 metres on him, 50 to go here. Kopp starting to pull away a touch. Wilson is trying to make a good effort of it, but it's all about Kopp here, 24.19. Another very good time, shaving off about a second from his seed time, but still well away from Kanawa Gamunga's record of 22.76. It's Kopp for first, followed by Wilson. And then I think Kolasakis got in there just ahead of the chasing pack. So here it is again on the replay. Jacob Kopp laying down the law on this occasion, being chased there. And then, yes, Kolasakis just in front of that wide man on the outside. That was Harley Cannell pushing through. On to event 62.
And it's the girls' 15-year-old 200-metre dash, and you can see the girls moving towards their starting blocks. We have Kehoe from Ramwick, Sorojovic from Milprera, Blythe from Engadine, Ifajika from Liverpool, Wardle from Five Dock, Little from Burraneer, Fensham from Ramwick, and Ackle from Five Dock.
Of course, Ackle finished very strongly in her 100-metre. Ended up getting into that podium position. Just on her inside, Fensham has broken a record herself today. Allegra Little, another one of these very talented multi-sport athletes. But of course, the key one to watch here, Ruth Ifajika out of lane 5. 26.09 her seed time. Now, that is quicker than the record at this level, set by Bianca Pavella, who is racing today. She, of course, has moved on to the 16 years division. But Ifajika has been so very strong, of course, set the record in the 14-year-old girls last year at the time of 25.74. Seed time coming into this one, 26.09. She is right in the middle of the screen at the moment in that navy blue, and you'd be hard-pressed to go past her in this one. So Ackle closest to the bottom of screen. Fensham one back on the inside of her. It looks like there's no Allegra Little. Emily Wardle is still there, though, alongside Ruth Ifajika, and then also Blythe and Sorojevic out of this one. Onto the mark. Set. Racing. Good start made here from both Wardle and Ifajika. Now, Ifajika, look at her churn through the gears. Power personified. Gets around Wardle, and now in front by a sizable margin. Rounds the turn onto the home straight, and there is daylight between her and the rest. The cameraman's even struggling to keep up at this point. Ifajika continues to power forward, opens up a 20-metre gap, 24.83. What a run from Ifajika. Blows 2 seconds off the record, and she's barely breathing. Well, that is a monstrous performance from Ifajika.
What an effort. 24.83. That's something to go home proud with that gold medal.
And it really was just Ifajika's race. Nobody coming within cooey of her. And it's not as if Wardle and co didn't jump well. They certainly did. Here it is again on the replay. Ifajika, even from that front-on position, you can see the margin between her and the rest of the field. So 24.83, extremely fast from Ruth Ifajika, and another record that goes down in the books with her name next to it.
And you can see the boys there, the 15-year-old boys getting ready. We have Harkness from Hinchinbrook, Chong from Eastwood, Malak from Penshurst, Laxam from Eastwood, Rootsy from Ryde, Vincent from Caringbah, Sargios from Ramwick, Agayapong from Liverpool, and Giles from Caringbah.
So once again, some very quick customers here. Manuel Laxon in the red, one to watch. Loves this distance. 25.04 his time, and of course, Bo Rootsy with the fastest seed time of 24.44. So it looks actually like there is no Bo Rootsy. Yeah, that's a big out. So this is Laxon's race to claim now. Is there a challenger?
Well, Jake Vincent as well. He's looking pretty strong, 24.99.
So good start here made from exactly that man, Jake Vincent, who gets away beautifully. Also, Lee Sagiotis looking pretty good. Manuel Laxon also churning through the gears. Rounds this corner, but take a look at Agyapong from that wide position. He's in front and now starts to power away. Good recovery here from Laxon, but Agyapong is well and truly pulling away from the rest of them. Agyapong will even pull up beforehand, 23.77 popping up. Oh, if he hadn't slowed, he probably would have the record. The record was 23.23, and much like we saw previously with Scully, he pulled up probably 10 metres before the line. I think he would have had another record on his hands here.
He still looks happy. He hasn't broken the record, but he still looks happy with that win.
There he is there. You can see him just go into a jog probably in the last 10 metres, certainly at least the final 5. And Agyapong with another medal to his name. They're all gold as well. It's another big run from him in event 63.
And those girls look ready to start. We have Culham from Hurstville, Pisano from Bonnyrigg, Ribeiro from North Shore, Saunders from North Shore, Hearn from Menai, Boswell from Five Dock, Goober from Five Dock, and Odisho from Bonnyrigg. And they've got a record time of 27.05, which, given the fastest seed time is 27.28, it is possible. There is a possibility that this could be broken.
And it could well be Misha Saunders out of lane 5. She's got the pink boots on with the maroon top. Juliet Hearn also not too far away from her with the 27.51. Set now and racing. Good start there in particular from Juliet Hearn, who immediately pushes up in line with Boswell. Saunders is chasing, though, and now Saunders starts to really close that gap. In fact, she'll get in front as they round this bend. It's looking fantastic here for Misha Saunders. From the North Shore, now in front by about 3 metres, although coming back strongly is Hearn. This is going to come right down to the wire. Hearn trying to get in front, will do it. Brilliant run from Juliet Hearn. 26.39 popping up. That's good enough for a record as well. She was pushed all the way by Misha Saunders and had to dig deep to get back in front in the final 30. But what a finish from Juliet Hearn.
Gee, didn't she chase her down well? And you can see it on the replay there. Taken over and over the line. She'll be very happy with that win.
And then, of course, coming through in at third, Alessia Pisano for the bronze. So gold for Hearn, silver Saunders, and bronze to Pisano. Well done to the ladies. Time to move on to the 16-year-old boys.
Yeah, and in this race, we have Mackenzie from Five Dock, Burton from Maroubra, Ezechuku from Bankstown, Macri from Five Dock, O'Hanlon from Cronulla, Spiros from Menai, Jennings from Ramwick, and Milan Kovovsky from Bonnyrigg. And this one, 22.43. And that one was set by Xavier Peacock. Fast time.
Yeah, not too many surprises if you're thinking the names of Kopp, Job, Macri, Gamunga, Peacock. They've become staples of athletics in New South Wales, not just from the Sydney Catholic school system, but at a state level, and I'm sure we'll see them on the big stage soon. Quite a few of these athletes would probably be eyeing the likes of Brisbane, for example, coming up in a few years.
Yeah, keep your eye out for these. These are your athletes of the future right in front of you today.
So no wide runner here, so Milankovsky is gone. Looks like no Mackenzie or Burton either. Set now. Good start made here from Hugo Macri. Once more, the man to watch. Trying to get around the outside of O'Hanlon. Does exactly that. Overtakes immediately. They're all chasing here, including Ekachukwu. But it's all about Hugo Macri, who's in front and powering away as he hits the home straight. He's got a good 10 metres on them. Good recovery here, though, from O'Hanlon up into second. But Macri's going to take this one storming home to a time of 22.89. It's only just outside of Xavier Peacock's record, and that says something about the performance here of Hugo Macri. What a run.
Didn't he put down his head down and just run through to the end? There was no slowing down, no jogging over the finish line. He gave it 110%.
Now, like how you mentioned, putting the head down, it was quite literally, that's a bit of his technique. If you ever watch a little bit of rugby league, the Dolphins, for example, Jake Averillo, it's directly head into the turf when he takes off, and that was a little bit of Hugo Macri there. So very quick from the boys. It's now time for our 17-plus division. The girls get the first crack.
This will be interesting because this one we have a record of 26.69. That's made by Imogen English. English, that's right. And she's actually racing in this race. So we have in here Patello from Menai, Driscoll from Kensington, Gomez Nwalki from Woolwich, Pavella from Five Dock, English from Menai, Bowie from Ramwick, Ifajika from Liverpool, and Sanfilippo from Bonnyrigg.
And worth pointing out as well, you mentioned that Imogen Angish has the record in this particular division, but a couple of years ago in the 15s, Bianca Pavella, who's also in this race, she set a record there, running 26.69. Now, that was actually quicker than her seed time 2 years later in this division. So if she can find that form again, she has every chance. And she's actually doing the Michelle Jenique wobble there for a moment, a little bounce back and forth. Maybe that could be the secret here. She tries to apply a little bit of pressure on Imogen Angish. Now, she does have the fastest seed time, so I think we're set for a great battle here. Not to mention Amelie Gomez-Nye-Wallach. She holds the record in the 16th. So we've got 3 record holders all in one race.
Get ready for it.
Set now. Racing. Good start from all 3 of them for that matter. Pavella got away well, but not better than Angish, who really takes off. Now here comes Gomez-Nye-Wallach looking to overtake Pavella. We're set for a grandstand finish here. Angish in front as she rounds the turn into the home straight. What's left in the tank? Good wide effort too from Evie Bowie. Bowie's pushing up to try and claim third, but it's seriously going to be a case of Angish running away with it. By how much is the question? Pavella will finish in at second, and then finishing very quickly was Bowie. Gomez-Nye-Wallach tapered off a touch, 25.87 popping up. It's another record, and once again, it's the name Imogen Angish. 2024, now 2025, and she shaves close to a second off it. And yes, it is small, all smiles and handshakes and waves all around.
And don't they look happy down there? And I tell you, that's our second last race of the day, and we're about to hit the boys, 17 years plus, and this one looks to be a great one. We have a 22.46 record that's being chased, and the competitors today, we've got More Faragi from Hinchinbrook, has Rooney from Eastwood, Harb from Lewisham, Peacock from Revesby, Sharp from Ramwick, Lemire from Menai, Sawtell from Eastwood, and Hermes from Bonnyrigg.
That's a great shot there from our camera operators here at Topper. And there's another good one as well. The girls are all about it. But as she was heading to the line there, she actually did a visible emoji of the wow emoji, if you will. She couldn't believe the time she'd run herself. So well done, Imogen. It is indeed a record-breaking time. So this one, it looks like we've got a few scratching here. Has Rooney is still in it. We've got Mulfaraji in it too as well. Now, Antonio Harb is very quick. I'm hoping he's still floating about. Looks like he's getting in position now. So, yes, Harb is there. But, of course, none quicker than Xavier Peacock, you'd have to imagine. Now, I think the record is under threat here. Jesse Chuckwoody claimed it last year, 22.46, but Peacock, we've seen time and again, he breaks records for fun. No Sawtell, no Lemire. Widest man is Hermes. Sharp, one inside him. Set now. Great start here from Peacock, who takes off and immediately gets past Sharp. Oh, that's very sharp work from Peacock himself. Out in front he goes. Oh, he's really building to something special here. Look at the margin. It's already 10 metres, and it's increasing. The crowd's going nuts as well. Peacock sets sail. Final 20 metres. Oh, my goodness. Look at the time. 21.06. You can take that record, break it into a million pieces, and bury it somewhere because it's long gone.
What a performance. And I'll tell you what, it'd be good to look back. We were too busy watching him to see who came second, third, and fourth. What a race.
Well, Xavier Peacock. And look at the calmness about him as well. 21 seconds just about flat. Look at the gap here from Xavier Peacock. He's beaten the previous record by nearly 1.5 seconds. That's insane. Look at that. That is huge. And then coming across the line, it's Dylan Sharp. Now, that's the man he overtook to begin with and made it look like he was treading water. That's how quick Peacock was. But Sharp, of course, finishes in second. And not a sluggish time either, for that matter. But you keep your eyes on this man and a future berth at the Olympics. He is that good. Well, that's a heck of a way to finish, Diane.
Not a bad way to finish it all. We're witnessing greatness there.
Well, I'm quite sure that does wrap us up here in terms of the coverage on our mainstream. Hope you've enjoyed it all as part of the Sydney Catholic Schools Pre to Post Athletics Championships for 2025. A great way to finish, another record being broken there from Xavier Peacock. If we do happen to hop back on air, we'll certainly let you know, but from our perspective, it looks like it's all done and dusted here at the main track. Thank you so much for joining us here today at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre.